Wander down the road a little bit.
Breakfast would be nice somewhere.
So this is.
We're going to add this on the agenda. So it'll be 5.5.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 11th, 2023, and the time is 9 a.m. This meeting of the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners is hereby called to order. There will be 2 opportunities for public or press comment during the meeting today, limited to 3 minutes per person. County Manager Rears will keep time during the comments period. Please sign up at the front to speak during the public comment portions of the meeting. The sign-up sheet is up here. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I believe we're adding a proclamation for National Volunteer Week. And Margaret said that that could be added after the other one at 5.5. It would be. That's good.
All right. All right, we will add the proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month as under item 5. Do I have a motion to add the National Volunteer Week proclamation? Motion.
I'll move that we add the proclamation for National Volunteer Week under item 5, and we'll call it 5B.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Next is public comment. And the floor is now open to hear public comment, press comments. Speakers must state their name and address slowly and clearly. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Do I have any public comments? Are there any?
No one is raising their hand online, Madam Chair.
Since there are no public comments, we will continue. We will close public comments and continue with the agenda. Next on the item is consent agenda. Are there any corrections or amendments to the consent agenda?
I was hoping to ask 2 questions on the assessor's report, but if Assessor Nielsen isn't here, I can just ask her after the meeting.
He is not present, but that is one of those quarterly reports. She actually turned it in a week earlier, 2 weeks earlier.
Yeah.
You can see the rest of the department reports up to the next quarter.
I'll just tell you what they are, and then you can find out and let us know. One is on her report, she mentions the state impact assistance grant. I was just wondering how much we got on that. And then the other was on the notice of valuation. I'm wondering if she's putting out the message that the estimated taxes on them are not the same as actual taxes due. So those are my 2 questions. Oh, actually, and how Senate Bill 238 will affect those. She can explain that to us later.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second the motion.
I want to read something on the consent agenda. Could you please read?
Yes, and the consent agenda includes the clerk and recorder's report for March 2023, the clerk and recorder's quarterly report for Q1 2023, the assessor's quarterly report for Q1 2023, and approval of the meeting minutes for March 28, 2023.
I have a motion.
And I'll second the motion.
May I have a vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda has been approved. Next on our agenda is item number 4, Regional Health Connector Program. Excuse me, number 4 here is new employee introductions. Shonda Johnson, Human Resources Director, and Laura Solomon, Human Services Director, to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, we have a few introductions for you staff. I have the great pleasure to introduce Lila Ferguson. She is the new victims advocate for the Timor Sheriff's Office. Unfortunately, Shannon Arrington couldn't be here today, so I've got the pleasure of introducing Lila. Hi, nice to meet you all.
Welcome.
So thank you. We have a few more introductions this morning, unless you have anything for Lila.
Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself? Just a couple sentences.
Sure.
I just moved to Colorado on the 20th of March from Oregon, and I was originally born in San Diego. I went to Southern Oregon University, and I graduated with a bachelor's in psychology and a minor in criminal justice. So this job is right up my alley.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lila also had the pleasure of driving through a snowstorm to get to us.
Yeah, yeah, for 3 days.
Welcome to Colorado.
So thank you. We have a few more introductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed commissioners and Gilpin County staff. My name is David Jocelyn. I'm the Community Benefits Program Manager for Human Services, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you my two new employees. First, I'm going to start with Shelley Combs to my right here. Shelley has actually been working for Gilpin County since 2021 and has transferred to our office just this February. She loves to talk to people and hear their stories, loves puzzles, camping, four-wheeling, and reading real printed books. The furthest she has ever been from home is Pottstown, Pennsylvania, and she is inspired by her mother, her family, and of course, great bosses. She's a great addition to my team. And then secondly, to my right, or far right, is Megan Gilpin. And Megan has been working with us since July of 2022, but she has never been introduced. Her favorite sandwich is a BLT, and she loves to finish or upcycle wood furniture. She works well with jamming 60s and 70s music and has lived in Guam for several years. Megan is inspired by Lady Gaga.
What are their positions?
These are case managers for human services.
Thank you.
Great. Well, welcome.
Shelley and Megan, welcome.
Who's the person in the middle?
Yeah, I know.
Can I make a motion that David announce every?
Oh, absolutely.
So I think it's the most detailed I've ever heard. I hope all that's true. Anyway, do you accept that position?
I haven't heard a second to the motion, so I'm waiting for procedure.
Well, thank you all for coming.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning. This is Jessie Hartman. She is our new full-time motor vehicle clerk. This is her third week. She keeps coming back. It's great. Jessie's family has been in Gilpin for about 4 generations. So she is very settled in with our community, knows a lot of our people. She is doing great right now. We're starting to train her on a little bit more besides those renewals. So that I'll be able to get back over to the other side and start learning more election stuff. You had your first, they call them flipped classrooms, training, Zoom meetings, basically. And I'm sitting over there and they kept praising her throughout the whole meeting. She's had that hands-on experience. So anything you want to say?
I'm just really committed to the community. This isn't going to be a position where I'm going to leave in 2 months when I get overwhelmed. I'm committed to staying for a long length of time.
Good to hear.
Her personality has been a great addition to the office, so as well. So besides the work she's doing.
Connie McCormick put on her notes that the software programs that the state has been using has been upgraded or will be upgraded, or that's the program you're going to be working on. Hopefully it's.
I think it's due for an upgrade next year or 2025, but they're sending out emails now. So, but it's a relatively new program, give or take, if you count COVID in there, it's not existing for that time period. So it's not an easy program. So.
Well, I wish you well then.
Jessie's been lucky that we haven't had problems with drives since she arrived as well. So she's a good luck charm. Yeah. So.
Welcome, Jessie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Next item on the agenda is a proclamation for April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, presented by Janie Barker. Did I pronounce it? And Charlotte, go ahead and introduce yourselves because I'm just gonna mess up the name.
That's okay. Good morning. My name is Janie Barker. I manage our child welfare and adult protection programs under Human Services here in Gilpin County with my caseworkers, Paige Sun and Lydia Sanchez. And April is Child Abuse Prevention, Child Abuse Awareness Month. So we wanted to read this proclamation.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Whereas every one of the more than 1.2 million children in Colorado today deserve to be valued, healthy, and thriving. And whereas children are our future employees, leaders, and neighbors, and will shape the future of Colorado. And whereas positive childhood experiences build healthy families and strong communities. And whereas childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And whereas childhood trauma can have a long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse. And whereas everyone benefits when we focus on addressing underlying causes that lead to health and social inequities. And whereas we all have a role in ensuring that children have positive experiences that lead to health, experiences that have resources they need when they need them. And whereas when parents, caregivers, families, friends, neighbors, employers, and elected leaders work together to increase 5 critical protective factors in families' lives, that is when we can prevent child abuse, strengthen families, and build brighter childhoods. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and families. And whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community in partnership to build awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. And whereas strengthening families remain the best defense for our children and families.
Thank you. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Gilpin do hereby proclaim April 2023 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month and urge all residents to recognize this month by dedicating themselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all the children and the families. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I am happy to move that we accept this proclamation, making Child Abuse Prevention Month noted in 2023.
I'll second the motion.
Do we have any discussion?
No.
Okay, thank you. May I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Proclamation passes 3-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of the work that you do every day. We know that your work is particularly difficult at times in the community. Thank you. Yes.
Next item on the agenda is Mount Evans Healthcare and Hospice.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, we do have added a proclamation during the agenda discussion and the proclamation for National Volunteers Week.
Would you like me to read it?
Do you want to read it? Do you want to accept it?
So this is proclamation for National Volunteer Work Week, which is in April. Whereas every community member can affect positive change with any volunteer action, no matter how big or small. And whereas volunteering brings us together, strengthening the fabric of our community by sharing our time, talent, and energy to support one another. And whereas hundreds of volunteers working in our community and for the Gilpin County departments utilize their time and talent daily to make a real difference in the lives of families, children, adults, and the elderly. And whereas volunteers can connect with local community service opportunities through a multitude of local nonprofit organizations and government services. And whereas volunteers serve our Gilpin Planning Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, Gilpin Food Pantry, Meals on Wheels, Youth and Recreation Programs, Animal Response, CSU Extension, and other roles benefiting Gilpin County residents. And whereas experience teaches us that government by itself cannot solve all of our social problems, and the giving of oneself in service to another empowers the giver and the recipient. And whereas our community volunteer force is a great treasure, and during this week, those that stepped up and volunteered are duly recognized for their commitment to service. And now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Gilpin do hereby proclaim April 17th through 21st, 2023 as National Volunteer Work in Gilpin County. And we urge all residents of any age to get involved and volunteer in the community. Thank you.
May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the proclamation for National Volunteer Week here in Gilpin County.
I'll second.
Well, is there any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion is passed 3-0. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Mount Evans Home Health Care and Hospice, Carrie Jager, Mount Evans resident and CEO.
Yeah, so thank you for having me this morning.
Hi.
How many of you are familiar with Mount Evans? Okay, all right, good, great, a couple of you. So Gilpin County has been a strong supporter of Mount Evans throughout the years. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for your support. And I brought some information just to review with you. So we do cover a 3,500 square mile area that we serve, and we cover entirely Gilpin. So we have 4 clinicians actually that live up in this area through Gilpin and over to Netherland, who drive over and care for residents up here, as well as our other staff that cover. And it's an important area for us because we strive to keep people at home when they are ill. And so we provide a variety of services. Home health care is our biggest program. And overall, last year between home health, hospice, and palliative care, we cared for almost 100 residents in Gilpin County. Our home health program is really a combination of nursing and therapy who come into the home and keep people at home during their recovery from surgery or illness, and allows them really to recuperate at home and use that benefit that so many of them have through their insurance carrier before they move to outpatient therapy for ongoing care. So it's important for people to exhaust that benefit before they move on, because you can't really reverse. You can only go in one direction in healthcare, and that's from home to outpatient. So important for people to understand that they can use that benefit and stay at home and reduce the travel down the hill for those types of therapy services. And then we also have our palliative care program. And we have a nurse practitioner who drives to this area and cares for people. It's people with chronic illness, a trajectory. Cancer is probably 60% of our folks in palliative care. And it's really keeping them at home. Our nurse practitioner will work with their treating physician and manage their symptoms at home. So they're not having to drive back and forth to the physician office. And then the physician and our nurse practitioner are close in contact in order to keep those symptoms under control and keep people comfortable at home. And then we'll also treat respiratory disease and cardiac disease and really help them with their trajectory as their disease progresses. How do they stay and age at home? And how do they do that comfortably and successfully? And then, of course, it's our staple program is hospice. And Mount Evans has been in the area since 1980. And so we help people at end-of-life care and we keep them at home if at all possible. And we do a variety. I'm so glad that you're recognizing volunteer work because we do have some volunteers up here that help us in our hospice program, helping our families and augment that care with our staff who come into the home. So I'd like to thank you for that as well. Any questions for me?
Oh, I just have a question. Do patients access your care? Is it referrals from their doctors or can they reach out to you on their own?
Yeah, they actually can reach out to us. We do need a physician order for treatment, but we do have a social worker who takes calls every day and she triages with people what their needs are. And then she helps guide them to get the referrals that they need in order for care.
I had a question. You said there were about 100 Gilpin residents that take your care. How is that divided between the three services that you provided?
Predominantly home health. So we had about 45 people in our home health program, and then about another 25 in hospice, and then the remaining was palliative care.
Thank you.
Carrie, I just wanted to say, I know that hospice work is very challenging. So I want to especially on your staff.
Oh, thank you.
It takes special people.
It does.
To do that work. Were you facing challenges during the height of COVID, or are you still having challenges?
Still having challenges. Yeah, I think, during COVID, I applaud our staff. We pulled all the PPE together, all the equipment we needed. There was a great donation from the different communities to help us with physician offices handing over equipment for us during care. And our clinicians never skipped a beat. They put on the gowns and the masks and they went out to the homes and they took care of people. We lost some staff during that time, primarily staff who had parents to take care of and left the field. And so still challenges from a recruitment perspective is probably one of our biggest challenges to ensure that we can provide that seamless care. And just the whole, people are still afraid to go out. There's quite a few elderly people that we see who still want our clinicians to mask up when they come into the house, are still uncomfortable going out into public. So it's that balance of caring for people who are elderly, putting a mask on, hard to hear, et cetera. So it's been an adventure for the last couple of years, but we do see it continuing to improve. The variants are less severe, so we're seeing less people come out of the hospitals. In the beginning, we did see a lot of people coming home with COVID to pass away at home. And so seeing less of that, which is also encouraging.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you tell us about caregiver support and grief counseling, those kind of services too?
Absolutely. We have a broad group of social workers who work with us, and they provide in-person counseling as well as remote. We're all in that remote age now. So I'm offering that to folks as well from a distance perspective. And post our hospice program, we provide counseling and bereavement services up to a year post the family member's death, as well as we provide community service for bereavement and grief services for anyone who needs it. So it does not need to be enrolled in one of our programs. If anyone calls, they're struggling, people will refer neighbors. We will reach out and provide those services as needed. And that's all unfunded care for us, as well as when we travel around. Last year we spent, it was $225,000 in traveling costs for our clinicians, especially with the gas prices going up. And so we are going into the nooks and crannies of all the counties that we serve, our 4 county regions. So that also, I thank you because your donation helps us with that as well, because that's all unfunded care.
Did you have a question?
No.
Well, I was wondering, as far as the insurance coverage, is that all mostly Medicare, or do most of the people have to have supplemental long-term care, or how does that?
You know, we are seeing a change, and I think Gilpin County has seen a change too. It was predominantly Medicare traditional, and we're starting to see people, the populations move into Medicare Advantage plans. So kind of that high-end program from like United Healthcare or Anthem, where it's a managed Medicare program instead of your traditional cadre. So on Medicare traditional, right, you'd see people who they had the broad range of services. Medicare Advantage is less. They pay us less. It's more of a paperwork process. And people absolutely, if they're healthy, gain on the price of a Medicare Advantage plan. If they have chronic disease, Medicare traditional is absolutely better because you'll have more of a broad range of physicians, et cetera, you can cover. But in the front range, we've seen over 50% of people have converted to Medicare Advantage plans because of price. So there is a piece of this that we're seeing in our business as well, is getting less and less reimbursement for what we do from Medicare Advantage or the commercial plans that people are enrolling in.
Do you make up that difference primarily through donations?
Through our donations and fundraising, yes. We have about a $900,000 gap. And that's primarily from our unfunded care and then reduced payment. Because for our visits, for our clinicians to be traveling and going into the nooks and crannies of these 4 counties, none of that is reimbursed by insurance. That's on us. And so really what we get paid for is walking in the door and then walking out. And that is even at a reduced, when we go into that Medicare Advantage world and not covering the costs of our care. But that's our mission. We're a nonprofit and we will continue to care for these 4 counties because people should have that opportunity to be cared for at home and age in place, which is so important than having to move out of their homes.
Yeah. And can you state which are the 4 counties that you cover?
Yep. So we cover Gilpin County, Clear Creek County, Park County, up to the kind of Hoosier Pass. We don't go over to Fairplay, and then we cover West Jeffco. So we basically cover from the Continental Divide down to the base of the foothills of those 4.
And Carrie, since someone might be listening, interested, would you like to give your phone number?
Absolutely. Anyone that's interested or would like to seek or answer questions about their illness, about what services we have, any questions that you have for community resources as well. Our social workers are well versed as what's available in Gilpin County. They can reach us at 303-674-6400.
Do you have a card?
I do.
Thank you. And we have some cards too as well.
Any other questions for me?
No, we appreciate the work that you do.
Well, and thank you for inviting me today. And I know you have been donating to us in the past. And I know you have very challenging opportunities and challenges going on up in Gilpin County, but I would encourage you to please consider us again next year as you decide where your dollars go, because it really is important to us to continue to provide care up here. And we really benefit from your generosity. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Carrie. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation of Better City Economic Development, a final report presentation by Rachel Coyette and Ryan England. Can be virtual.
The Madam Chair, they will be virtual. We'll get them prepared here so they can present virtually.
This is Ryan England. I think I'll start. That's my name. I'm right now residing on the banks of the Green River, about 5 hours from you. Really appreciate this opportunity. Okay, and let me just confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank each of you on the commission for your kindness and for your patience with us. We've really enjoyed this opportunity. It's been very unique in our experience, and we're grateful to be here. We also want to call out particularly Sam and Ray in helping us as much as possible. We've had any number of questions get addressed very quickly, so we're thankful for that. Moving into what we're talking about, let me first of all say we've had several iterations of working on what would be the best thing for the county in our view. We've had several meetings with the Central City Council, understand their plans, we understand their potential direction. We have just adore the downtown there. We think it's one of the greatest assets, not only in the county, but in the state of Colorado. However, they feel very strongly about where they're going, and our job there is to help complement their activities and extend to the rest of the county what they're trying to do. We met with Black Hawk. They have a very strong team, a clear sense of purpose, and are moving forward with that. And their initial concern was that we would conflict, but we've now come to a strong agreement with them that we'll be complementing their plans as well. They, just as an example, they were talking about moving from their current level of hotel rooms to 6,000 in some years. And the majority of that would come from non-gaming people who would come to the county for other forms of recreation. And we agreed with Mayor that our ability to bring people to the county for reasons other than gaming, which is very strong, important for you, that we can bring people here for other reasons than just that. And perhaps would come or a family would come to stay at the hotel for gaming partially, but then have another day or another 2 days to spend some time in the county. So we've been working on that. We have 4 elements that we've discussed. Our primary one is looking at Rollinsville. We think that has a tremendous potential in the future, although right now not much is going on there, but we've met a very strong group of local entrepreneurs who are working hard to improve, particularly Main Street, but also the other side of the highway. And we'll be focusing primarily on Main Street and to find a way that we can kind of cluster businesses and help provide greater accessibility, visibility to clients. As we had businesses in the county, there was not at all a strong interest in bringing industry in the north of the 2 cities. The 2 cities have plenty of room for that if they want, and they have plans working on that, particularly along the highway to Central City. So given that, we thought, well, what can we do to help businesses? And we recognize that there are around 100 local businesses, most of them operating out of their home, that would benefit from some form of assistance to help them grow their business. We'll be talking about that as well. We were very intrigued by the number of trails available in the county, and by those who know where the trails are, how interested they are in being able to use them. But it's the Pirates of the Caribbean. You know they're there if you already know they're there, but if you don't know they're there, you need some kind of guide to it. So he thinks of signage and other elements would be very important to help build that. So let me kind of move to and Rachel will join in. I think she's showing you pretty much that. So just following along the guide that we sent you, I'm on page 8, looking at Rollinsville. We think it's very important to have a commercial center along Main Street. A number of local entrepreneurs we've met with in the past to hear their needs. We had 16 of them around the table talking about what they would like to see happen, their concerns are, what they would like to propose that we help them with. And we have agreed that they need 2 big things. One, parking, and just as an indication of how forward thinking they are, they mentioned that, yes, we can find a parking lot, but we'd prefer a parking facility rather than building something and having to tear it down and put something up later. So looking well into the future, they said, let's go for where we will be in 10 years rather than right now. And it'll be a challenge to find the parking spot there, but we believe we can do that. We'll be having what's called a charrette with them this coming Thursday, where we have 3 large maps that we'll be having as a facilitating tool to have the local entrepreneurs at that meeting kind of talk about what they want to do, where they think parking might go, and just kind of build a dream. So in a charrette process, that's the first type of meeting to have. We already had one where we talked about the basic ideas, and this one will be a bit more focused on where and what to do. in the area to have a unified and cohesive street design. Page 9, looking at, and by the way, there is a typo there. It wasn't Commerce City, it was Central City. Sorry about that. But the idea is to have a true character, and the group we spoke with talked about finding a way to reflect the 1870s architecture look and feel of Rollinsville. And we think that's possible. Many of the buildings are still there, and with some facial upgrades and the proper kind of street amenities, we can actually do that pretty well. We think it's important to have it be walkable. There was a strong feeling that having parking on the other side of the highway is not a good idea, and we would agree with that given the rapid speed that people take going up and down. But that is a possibility in the future if we can't find sufficient parking along Main Street and down towards the railroad tracks. We think that having as I mentioned, a unified theme, but looking at some form of street appeal, to have eye-level signage, to have the right kind of fencing, sidewalks may be appropriate, they may not be, depending on the amount that's available, places to stop and sit, maybe some pocket parks and so forth, to really build Main Street all the way from the highway down to the tracks and figure out how we can best do that. Parking is very important, and we'd like to look at a facility parking garage, for example, if it's a sizable one, rather than just simply having parking on the side of the road, which may not be sufficient for where they're going into the future. We looked at the properties there, and as you can see on a small map at the bottom of the page, there are about 13 owners, and we want to meet with them individually. Once we've had this charrette and we have an idea of what the business owners would like to do, we'd like to meet with each of the owners and find out what their plans are for the future. Do they fit in? Do they conflict with? How can they support this? What might their needs be? And they want in exchange for their property if they're willing to do that. So we're still very much in the initial process of trying to work with the entire community to see how we can make this happen. A little later, we'll be talking about the improving of businesses. There are a number of great businesses along the road to the other side of the freeway, and we think we can help them as well to expand the businesses and bring more craft type shops, for example, like the electric vehicle process. That's quite an intriguing idea, and good entrepreneurs there who really wanted to go. They need to be together, and they are doing that. They also need means and funds. So we'll be looking for grants to help, particularly with the parking issue. We believe we can find grants from the federal government, from U.S. Department of Transportation, as well as from Colorado DOT to help with Main Street, to the point where you would agree with that. So that would be, we certainly would be looking at the county to make these decisions, but we'll make some recommendations for that. On page 10, there are a number of mechanisms that can be used within Colorado to help improve it. One is a local improvement district, which can be under the auspices of the county. The problem with that, of course, is that it basically says all of you folks can contribute to paying for all these developments yourself. So I already scratched my head as to whether that's a good idea, but certainly it's an opportunity. There are 3 other programs in Colorado. One's a Main Street program, which is fairly small, but does offer between $2,500 and $10,000 to essentially make the businesses look better and more attractive to people. There's an active transportation grant that comes from Revitalizing Main Streets program, which looks at getting out of a car and walking around. And we really want to enhance that opportunity to make it relatively easy. If we can do that all the way down to the railroad, walking up that hill won't be too big of a problem if we have attractive ways to have people and move up to the actual businesses on the street. The final one would be grant money from the Great Outdoors Colorado's Community Impact Program. And we believe that there might be several ways in which we can look at not just Rollinsville, but the rest of the county to decide how we might take advantage of the programs that they have for grants. Any questions at all about Rollinsville before we move on to high-speed internet?
I am, live in Rollinsville, and you and I have spoken, and this conversation has been going on for 25 years. I did want to note that in speaking to neighbors, the people that you've been speaking with, a lot of them lease the space, they're not the actual property owners. So I'm glad to hear that your plan is to actually speak with the property owners, because they would have to make decisions about the use of their property, so I'm glad we had that. There are some spelling corrections and things in here. I also reached out, one of the landowners listed isn't the name of the landowner. So I reached out to them, if there's a correction, I'll send that to you. But I think it's ambitious, and I know that many of the current business owners down there are young and energetic, and we love seeing the east side be very busy, busy with people coming up, and so that's exciting to see them coming together. They're a very cohesive group. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was evident in our meeting with them. They indicated as a group how committed they are. They said, in fact, look at us around the table, Ryan, you're not part of us. We are millennials. We want to make this happen. We're looking to the future. We want to build a good place for our families here and move forward. That they are a very cohesive group. But as you said, we really need to talk with the property owners. And my thought is, rather than getting them all together at the beginning, let's meet with them individually, kind of show them what's possible and what the entrepreneurs do, and then see if they're willing to go along with that and get their ideas as well. So thank you.
Ryan, I think that another idea that has come up there, not listed on here, is creating a historic preservation district in the area, because so many of the buildings do have historic value. Some are maybe not as lovely as others, but there is money associated with that. So I know that's come up as another idea there too.
Yes, thank you. That's an oversight. We left that one out. I appreciate that. And I must say, by the way, I've never had in any of the work we've done in the past a commissioner willing to spend 3 hours driving around the county to show us around and give us good ideas. And I hope we'll remember everything you've mentioned, Commissioner Hollingsworth, and put this to action. I really appreciate that. Any other questions?
Ryan, you had mentioned that you had convinced the Blackhawk that you weren't looking to compete with them, but to enhance the experience that people have when they come to Blackhawk. What do you see here in Rollinsville that would assist that?
I think there are two things, Rollinsville as well as the rest of the outdoor recreation, that they are trying to create a destination resort concept. It would be good if they had other things beyond just their geographic area to work with. So looking at bringing people up, other forms of outdoor recreation to make it very easy to find and make the trails easy to park at and easy to follow and useful. But Rollinsville can be an anchor at the other end to have more cafes, restaurants, places where people can stop. By the way, there's also interest in putting a rail stop there again. I think it was there decades ago, but a way of kind of bringing people to town where they can kind of stop and then actually take the train up to some of the skiing areas as well. So they're really thinking about making that a magnet in addition to whatever resort is created in the south part of the county. But to keep it within the character of the county itself, not making it anything other than what we've just described. So not a lot of neon, not a lot of signs, really make it look like an old but vibrant 19th century place where people can come in and really get a sense of what history looks like and have a very comfortable experience. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. You kind of mentioned that as far as easy access to those areas and so that people are aware that there's something north of Blackhawk and Central City.
Yeah, absolutely. as I said, the twin areas of drawing up there are going to be, Rollinsville is going to be a big draw, but we've got to do something with outdoor recreation to make it something more than people who go to all trails can find something. It has to be something that's very visible and easy to find. We had one person, for example, who's involved in this say that her father took her up to one of the great trails, and she said, yeah, I loved it, but I couldn't find my way back there. I have no idea where I would go to have that experience again. So signage and maps and really making it a program would add to the draw rather than as it is now. That's our feeling.
I have a question regarding the Main Street programs, because I do have some familiarity with those. Is there a problem, or how do you see overcoming the fact that Rollinsville is unincorporated at this point? Because I know they do focus on actual main streets in municipalities and, small cities and towns.
We've communicated with the head of the Main Street program in Colorado. She indicated that they have never done that before for an unincorporated area, but she was working with two others in other parts of Colorado that are unincorporated. And she's very excited about this opportunity. And she's asked for a meeting with us, some of the local business people, to find out what that might look like. So they're not prevented from doing this. The only thing is they have to have the county be the agent to make this happen. So we have to have agreement from the county as well as the local folks. But the state and DOLA is very interested in helping out with this and helping improve main streets in places not incorporated. And there is no interest from anybody we talk to incorporate Rollinsville.
Right, I understand that. That's why I was asking. So it would be really through the county that these programs would come from. Okay.
Yep, the county would sponsor it, but like I said, the state would be are interested in talking about this. No decisions made yet, but they want to have a meeting, more than just the two of us.
I'll just add, in case you're unaware, we passed a lodging tax, which we'll start to see some benefit from that this year. And in that discussion last year, part of the money will be used for promoting some of the things you're talking about, maps, signage, things like that. And we do work in partnership with the public land owners. So we're hoping to have some projects for more interpretive signs and directional signs, but the maps, we had talked about a guide for small businesses and trail access points that have parking, because parking is an issue, accessing those. And we do continue to work with our federal public land managers as well.
And in other places where we worked with the federal land group, the BLM, as well as the Forest Services, they're not only getting more interested in helping out beyond anything they've done in the past, they have the money behind it. Well, let me say, they have a lot of money now in infrastructure, as well in the IRA Act, is looking at providing more funding for these types of things. And they're recognizing the need to work together as agents. So we're seeing a lot of changes at the federal level that will be helpful. We're focused on looking for grants, not loans. And we don't encumber anything. So we're trying to find ways in which the help that's coming from the state and federal levels will apply to helping out Gilpin County without having to take on any burden beyond that. Okay, next is high-speed internet. This is something that came to our minds quickly as we tried walking through streets and couldn't find very much access at all. It seems as though the two cities have reasonably good broadband. The people we've talked to where we've tested things, they seem to feel pretty good about it, but the rest of the county is not that way. In fact, according to the 27, we spoke at length with the folks of the state under DOLA who are working to expand internet to the state. And by the way, this is a national program, and there's a strong feeling that in order to provide opportunity for remote work as well as to people who live in rural mountain communities, we need to bring high-speed broadband to them. The main push from the federal level and from the state provide fiber. In fact, the states is talking, they might put fiber, but they need a business case for that. As we've looked into that, right now, there are a number of people who do some good, basically good. I'm talking about the FCC's regulations now are 25 Mbps down and about 3 up. Although the commissioner last July said, we've got to go to 100. We have to increase this because the demands for remote work often involve the kinds of things we're talking about right now with you know, people talking over the internet. That doesn't work very well when you have low latency. And the speeds that are available with DSL lines or with the current satellites, which are quite high, the latency is really a problem, which it's easy to watch Netflix with 25 and 3, but it's very difficult with that level of performance to have a conversation through video. In fact, a couple of people we talked to at Rollinsville were saying they actually use their telephones, you know, in order to make it work rather than having to rely on something else. Now, as I understand, Starlink is planning on covering a large part of Denver out towards the Continental Divide, and Gilpin County will be included in that to provide much more rapid speed, up to say 350 both ways, because of the low level of satellites. I'm not quality, I'm talking about they're very close to Earth and lots of them. And they seem to be working very well in the rest of the world. So getting those into availability in Gilpin County will certainly expand the much greater speed. We're finding out that, you know, just a quick survey, even before COVID, that about half the people have at least one working from home at some time. And about 1 out of every 7 Gilpin residents works solely from home. And there's probably more than that. Basically, we haven't seen the latest American Community Survey that would be coming out for 2022, but it appears that there's a great need for the right kind of high-speed internet for homes. And that, from what we can see, will only increase in the future. So 25 and 3 will be something well in the past within about 5 or 10 years. You know, we need to really move that quickly. Sam and Ray have been both working hard to find out what people's actual speed is. There was as you can see on page 11, there was a survey sent out asking people to submit, you know, here's what we're getting. And I think it'll be quite enlightening, as well as, you know, providing a sense of proof that we need help. And then, by the way, there is money at the federal level for rural communities, and there's quite a bit of money at the state level, and they're interested in providing this. One of the things they talked about was a line, you know, to connect with Netherlands line, starting, say, at the high school, moving up the highway. The problem is, of course, that's expensive, but can be done relatively quickly. In fact, well, they had also talked about putting, at the same time you're digging that trench, putting a cable in for, or lines in to allow for electric vehicle charging. That is coming. It's not a big deal right now, but it will be coming, and to have a destination place without a lot of electrical vehicle charging will be a problem. I don't think hydrogen will become an issue. At least it will be in the state, but probably not in the county for some time. At any rate, they're willing to look at that. But then as you start thinking about moving from that backbone up the highway out to where people live, that gets pretty expensive. When you have driveways that are, you know, a quarter mile or more long, it's expensive to get to people. So we would think that perhaps the best approach right now is to be thinking about using satellites to foster this, and then later moving to fiber. But if it's important to build the fiber now, we can certainly walk through that with the state. So when we hear how you feel about this, we can sit down with the state again, and now that information, sit down and talk with them about what kind of approach they would like to use. Because as they said, Gilpin County is kind of a blank space on the map for them. They have in the county surrounding strong fiber networks, but Gilpin County does not have those throughout the county. And again, I just can't stress how important that's going to be well into the future. So there are a number of places. HughesNet and Viasat are the two largest, but they're also much higher and very expensive. We think that having more competition, particularly when Starlink comes in, they'll be able to bring prices down for people. There may have to be initially some support from the federal or state level to allow people to gain whatever they need to. And in fact, there are some subsidy programs as well for almost anybody who wants to move to high-speed internet. So we can look for those in the future. The two that are right now the largest providers have a variety of speeds and a variety of costs, anywhere from $25 a month on up. But latency is a big issue, which means the time it takes to communicate back and forth. And Starlink is much better than that. I'm not trying to advocate any particular company, but just talk about the decisions people have to make about what they're going to be paying and how fast it's going to be and what their needs are. And we think that if we can provide a very strong base of high-speed internet for people, that will enhance the ability for people to, in the county, and maybe a few that move up, to be thinking about, I can live in a very rural, beautiful area by myself, have everything I need, which a lot of the residents have told us that is why they moved up there, and yet be able to work from home, whatever it happens to be, for jobs that are required. And there's a lot of studies now coming out, particularly from the federal level, about what kinds of jobs work well remotely. And there's a fair number, about half the jobs in the country in terms of job titles can be handled remotely. And certainly, no, unfortunately, the lower paying jobs probably can't be, but that's, nothing we can do, particularly when you want to maintain a rural mountain environment. But there are subsidies available to help that move forward. And as we mentioned, this is bottom page 13, that we can apply for the Advanced Colorado Broadband Grant, and we need to talk with the state again to see how that might apply given where we stand. And once we get the results in that Sam and Ray are putting out, we'll be able to have a better sense of great need. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of grant money coming down. If we can prove the need, they'll really help us out with this. And finally, on top of page 14, there's just this thought of a companion project, which would be build the backbone for a fiber network along the highway, to be able to put some EV charging stations along there as well. There is one now in Rollinsville, but it's very difficult to get at. And I think it's just probably for the convenience of the local business owner more than anything else. But we could probably see some people who drive up there, and by 2030, we might see a vast majority of vehicles. So the task we have there to map the potential route, to let community members know about the opportunity to continue the feasibility study, and then apply for funding. And as you can see, there's a fairly large list of grants available to help individuals. I guess there are three types of grants. One helps individuals to install whatever they need in their homes. There's another grant, and as part of that, by the way, to help subsidize their monthly cost if needed. There are grants available for companies who want to install fiber or any other kind of service. And there's grants for communities to be able to provide the same. Any questions or comments about the broadband part of our discussion?
I'll make a comment. In reading through this, I was thinking how our brains all work in parallel. Gilpin County's been looking at improving broadband, EV chargers, trails, and of course, Rollinsville to some degree. But anyway, with the internet, broadband, we do appreciate the work that Sam's been doing for the county in partnership with Ray. I don't know if you know, but Gilpin has been part of the Regional Resiliency Roadmap Group since last year, and that does include Clear Creek, Netherland, Ellens Park, et cetera. And so I see you mentioned that as a something to do. So I just wanted to let you know it's been in process. And before we had Sam with us, that task got assigned to different people. So we really appreciate having him for consistency.
Yeah.
And I know that our grant writer is looking at grants for broadband and EV chargers and things. So it sounds like we're on the path that you're suggesting. So that was good to hear.
Yeah, we understand that. Our job here is to help complement what's already going on. And we just want to put a strong stamp of approval and emphasis on broadband, a key part for rural communities anywhere in the country, but particularly for those in mountains. And it's going to be a challenge because a lot of the satellites are obstructed. If you have a fairly sizable roof on their house or trees around it, it can be very difficult. So, looking into the best way to provide this for the county we want to emphasize that as well. Any other comments?
Yes, I just say I do like the idea of a combination of both satellite and broadband, because for those who don't live close to, the main highway, say 119, and maybe harder or very expensive to branch off, to take broadband up to their residence. I believe satellite's viable. In fact, that's what we utilize at this point, because when it was necessary to get satellite or to look for some kind of internet, CenturyLink wasn't able to provide it to our residents. And the other providers we had tried were very expensive and low service levels. So we did find satellite has met our needs and continues to work well for us.
I think, Commissioner, that's very wise to have both available. The one thing I will add about fiber is it's far more reliable and safe. So
I have a question just in general.
yes, ma'am.
I know you've had copies of all the reports and studies that we've had, at least since 2017 and maybe earlier. Did you see anything unique or different in your review of this, of the broadband that was not already addressed in some way, or something that was unique, or that could help us focus more on a particular aspect of service?
I think the issue, and particularly since 2017, there's been a lot of improvement in not only the need for speed and safety and reliability, but also the costs have been coming down. And so I'm not sure we're adding anything new, but just reflecting what has been changing about the need for secure broadband, much reliable, because it's pretty hard to have a home-based business if it's constantly going in and out. You just can't stand that. So I think, Commissioner, that we're on what is important right now and emphasized, because they're, as the technologies change, things that were great 5 years ago, HughesNet, for example, was a wonderful project then. Not sure it'll be the greatest now. Again, I don't want to denigrate the company because they're going to be improving as well, but looking at the technology itself, if you can have fiber, I think the federal and state levels both say the same thing. Fiber is by far the best long-term solution.
Thank you. Also, I wanted to mention, this is not really part of your purview, but so the necessity is the population in Gilpin County ages, having good internet for them living in remotely, and we just had a presentation about home health care, et cetera, telehealth. Those types of things would be important as well, not just the business aspect. So there's a big push all around for better broadband access.
That's a critical point. Probably in about 5 or 10 years, you'll start seeing a lot more remote medical care. It's beginning right now to kind of be worked out. People are trying it and it's working okay, but I think technology will improve to the point where certainly basic visits can be made, but more of concern would be for those elderly people, and I'm one of those now, to really need the ability to communicate with somebody quickly and have it be reliable and present and quick. That will be in the future. So thank you. That's a very good point. Rachel, do you add? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rachel is furiously taking down notes, but I want to give her a chance to talk as well. Hearing nothing? Let's talk about enhancing trail assets. I think I've already discussed this before. And this we've heard from short conversations with the Parks and Rec Department, as well as with the BLM and the Forest Service, that there are some tremendous trails available, and we're focusing primarily on trails. We're not trying to bring in something like, Disneyland or rides and so forth, looking for outdoor recreation of two types. Of course, the OHV trails are extensive and they're very, very good, but also hiking trails and biking trails. And as much as possible, we want to be able to get those known. And so parking at the trailheads, there's some of them have good parking, but not all of them. Signage does not clearly indicate where they are or where we passed by. We took a long trip over the snow out towards the tunnel back in February. And I knew there were trails there, but I couldn't find them very easily. And once in a while, there'd be a little sign saying, yep, there was one somewhere up here. But that's all it was, just a simple sign paid for by the National Forest Service along that road. And we really think there's a much better way of getting people to come up to the county, make it easy for them to have outfitters available for what they need, because a lot of the folks, I think you have access because it's so close to the Front Range communities that who don't really think about outdoor recreation very much can come up to Gilpin County, take a quick trip up there and be able to find the things they need readily available and make it very easy for them to use. So we're not talking about heavy duty people who basically follow all trails and trail forks and so forth, but people who would otherwise, we can go walk along a trail. It's a mile or two, very easy to do. Here's where it is. And so they can begin to get more outdoorsy in their lifestyle and get out of the cities and come up to a beautiful mountain community and then go back home, leave their money there and spend some time in Rollinsville shopping when that happens, or certainly just eating and having a good time, and then go home. There's one thing we hear from the county also is we're not looking for a lot of population growth. It may happen, but as you will all be working on keeping that well managed, but people are saying, I come to this community to be remote. I like neighbors, but I like them, more than 11 feet away. And that's nothing new. I think we're just saying, yep, we heard. And so, bringing a lot of people up and bringing new industry, a lot of jobs, that's not the issue. We're trying to look at jobs that already exist or people who are already working there and trying to find a way to have people who are close by can come up through any of three different great routes to get to Gilpin County, recreate, enjoy themselves, spend some money here, and then go back home. Or come to one of the casinos, spend a night there, and then the second night at the resort, and the third night, they would come through the county, do some hiking that would be pleasant. I think Commissioner Collingsworth also pointed out with us a number of places where small parks could be initiated along the highway. We didn't put too much of that in here, but I think that's a big thought about that as well. It's not just trails, but thinking, getting outdoors, even if you're just sitting down at the picnic table and enjoying a beautiful place. This is a lovely county and you have great assets up there, and they're just not easily found or known or available to people who want to kind of drive through and half an hour from downtown. So we think that's something that you have great assets, but they're underutilized, and even if you want to utilize it, kind of hard to find anything. Rachel, anything to add? I would say silence is golden. Okay. All right. Page 6, at a small map, we've got much more extensive ones that I've looked at, but it's interesting that I think this is from Trail Forks. It's kind of hard to find the trails. You can look at all trails, but you have to look at each one of them individually. And the map at the bottom of page 17 is that one. I actually looked at every single trail I could find and had to mark it out on a map because it was not easy to see. You could find a trail if you know what the name of it is and where it is and how to get there. They provide that information. All those trails, by the way, are curated so that somebody can identify online where to go. But that's, again, for people who are accustomed to looking for trails. But for people who are less so, may not even know about the website, and they certainly wouldn't be able to find these very easily. So there are trails all through the area. And there are grants to help pay for this. You know, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they're OHV. And by the way, the Department of Transportation, where it's applicable, will also pay to pave trails. And there may be some trails that for people with ADA issues would very much appreciate something paved so they can actually take a wheelchair or walker up and really get outside and get outdoors. We need to work on that as well. And there are programs available to help pay for that. In this case, we're just going to simply have to find somebody willing and able and interested, you know, a group of people to really make this happen. And once a good volunteer program gets started, you can also provide ways in which people on trails themselves can do the upkeep. The Forest Service has done in partnership with a number of states has come up with programs where they've got, as you walk along a trail at key points, there's a sign that tells you where the trails are, what's going on, but also equipment hanging from there so that someone can actually fill in the holes, you know, smooth things out a bit, help reconstruct any kind of drainage facility features and so forth. So there's a lot that can be done, but I think it needs a pretty strong community-led effort with this, backed by the programs at the state level. And generally, frankly, most of the federal money goes to the states and for them to disperse, you know, like they do with the CDBG grants and so forth. Any questions on outdoor recreation?
Excuse me, I don't have a question. I did want to say a couple of things. Gilpin County's been part of a collaborative of 5 counties and 3 federal agencies for over 10 years, and that's NOCO 2050. And that what's challenging is balancing what residents want with visitors. And so when you mentioned OHB, what I hear from our residents up here, that's more of a desire for people that don't live in our county to come up and recreate in that manner. And so other counties are restricting it more, putting more pressure on us to have more trails for that. But I just want to mention that we need to consider what our residents want, maybe more so than what visitors want. And the biggest overarching goal of NOCO 2050 is looking at recreation overuse and the impacts it has on our communities and our first responders and our public works and our roads, and balancing that with recreation for the general public. So we are working on that. And I wanted to specifically let you know that as a group of 5 counties and 3 federal land management, that we've adopted co-tracts. We don't, we find that all trails is not as detailed and accurate. So we've recently adopted co-tracts. So as you're talking to people about how to find trail information, you may want to direct them to that website. And so we've helped with some of the mapping data. The counties have helped with mapping data that's been populated on co-tracts. So that might be a little tip. Yeah. And then, as you know, in talking to all the commissioners and staff, you know, parking is really an issue. Many of our county roads lead to trails, but then the actual land is owned by federal agencies. And so residents live along those corridors as well, and they don't want the parking near their homes. So it's, you know, a balancing act, but we are looking at it, and I do appreciate you looking at in your report some other options, you know, for potential funding and other places to look for help as far as volunteers, you know, those kind of things. So that's appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner. To be blunt, I don't, the county, people living in the county don't need anything different with outdoor recreation. We can find ways to make it better, but you don't need it. And therefore, the real reason for this, putting this recommendation here is to think about the people who will be coming to the county and making sure that it's easy for them to get in and out. It's comfortable for them. With OHV, by the way, there are a lot of great trails to the west part of the county where there's much less population. And it might be good to make sure you have a sign pointing away from where people live. But as you know, bottom line, we need to make sure that people in the county like what we're doing and that it doesn't conflict with their needs. We're not going to talk about shooting, by the way. We had a number of people talking about the discomfort they feel with their neighbors, you know, firing guns off, but that's not, we're not going to talk about that. That's up to you to kind of work with. But as far as this people walking, riding bikes or riding, you know, HVs, we can identify places which would be less of a problem residents of the community, and yet would complement what the other counties are doing to bring people. The two that are mentioned on page 16, for example, would be two of those types, but there's a lot more that OHV types of trails. They're mostly to the west of the county, but they're very long, by the way. They go all the way from north to down toward, in fact, some of them even connect with areas around I-70. Any other comments?
I just want to thank you too, because as things change over time, sometimes our positions in the county evolve as well. So recently we added a grant writer, which has been really great. And most counties have had that for a long time. So that's a real asset to us. And you're kind of building a case for the potential of us having a recreation land manager in the future, because we don't have one, and we're one of the very few counties that don't have a staff person that has that focus. And I think that would tie together a lot of what you're talking about. So we'll see what comes in the future with that. And I know up in the north, biking, more established biking trails would be really great. And that are indicated on the map where people can come and go and then go have a delicious beer after.
I think that issue of balance would be very important for whoever you hire to do this. Balance, you know, making sure this is a very comfortable way to live for the people in the county, but also I think what we've heard is don't mess things up. We've heard that over and over again. Don't mess up our lifestyle. So whatever we're recommending here is intended to be something that will accommodate and draw people into the right places to help the county out, particularly in outdoor recreation, but not mess up where y'all live. You know, so you don't have lots of, I recall years ago, I was in a campground. My folks used to take me up camping. There were 8 of us. And my little pup tent was about 10 feet from their camper trailer. And we'd be all by ourselves the entire week with only the ranger coming by once on Tuesday morning to just kind of check on things. For 4th of July, we went up one weekend. And when I woke up in the morning, I found 2 people at our table between me and my parents' house and 2 other tents right there. That was not anything that made us too happy. So we want to make sure that that type of thing is avoided. But to accommodate people who are going to come anyway, let's find the best way to make it easy for them to get to places we want them to go to and they want to go. Okay. The next piece is talking about facilitating local business growth. And again, the issue there is not sales tax. We just find that to be something to leave with you all. Not going to really focus on looking for sales tax, but finding a way to have people able to work from home if they wish to. And as transportation continues to be more expensive into the future, it'll be nice if people can work from home 1, 2, or 3 days a week, or even more than that. And to do so, talked about internet being one of the capabilities. Also, though, we're talking about people who want to live in the county and work in the county, but do it from home or from, the local residents. So we've got about 98 businesses with less than 10 employees in the county. We think that for the benefit of those living there right now, I've been really intrigued as we've looked on the internet for businesses that I found are headquartered, this around Rollinsville, for example. There are a number of businesses that have international and national scope, people who handle, direct mail programs, or you have a very fine person who organizes events around the country. In fact, what he said, this is another one of the footnote parts. He said, I can't have an event in Rollinsville. He said, the two things that'll ruin a big event are not having enough bathrooms. And so porta potties are important, and not having power in the right places. So that's something to think about as well. We have, in where I live, a wonderful street fair every so often, but people have to bring generators up because they simply can't connect, even though it's in a neighborhood, to the proper amount of power that they need. So that's something also to consider for people to. So we think networking might be important for you as well, having some kind of a brown bag luncheon. A lot of larger companies that are owned by families that will have, say, pass it on to a daughter or a son. The daughter or son, often feel like they don't have enough experience working outside the family business. So they form young presidents associations, which are really helpful. So something like that we'd suggest, and we want to survey the owners to find out what is useful and what's not being done that they could be doing from home, and then provide resources for them. Another piece is looking at entrepreneurship, and just a quick look, and this is page 20, looking at the various counties. This is one indicator, Kaufman indicator, just one indicator of several, but it does appear that there are opportunities in Gilpin County to improve entrepreneurship. One thing we mentioned too, I think the issue isn't so much looking at licensing. The issue is just looking at regulations and so forth, and seeing how they help and hurt. For example, they would love to have the ability to bring food trucks in to Rollinsville. We're going to have a pretty sizable event there, and we should make sure that's okay and that the fees are proper for it. And that's going to be a long-term discussion, but we're just suggesting that discussion be held. And looking at the various regulations, as you all know, there's no parking on county roads, and yet the only place to park in Rollinsville on either side of the highway is on a county road, or off on the gravel someplace. And so we really want to work on making that a better place. And there may be some recommendations that come out that consider some of the ordinances and see how appropriate they are for the benefit of the local businesses. Now, the county still has to make its own decisions on that. But we'll be, as we move more into the planning stages of what we want to have Rollinsville look like downtown and on both sides of the highway as well. What will help them make that happen, what hinders them, what can be done and what cannot be done to assist with that, with zoning regulations in particular. Comments or questions about that? That is the end of our. Okay, I got a piece of paper held here, but my background won't allow it. You see. Yeah, sorry, Commissioner.
That's okay. Did you get much chance to focus on Central City outside of the main part of the walking area where the trails are that direction? Because I know that's a real problem area for our residents, over usage, parking, and et cetera. And they've done some things to try to mitigate that, but continues to be problematic. And then, like I was saying earlier, people that get word, oh, you can just go to Gilpin County and ride around, which is not true. That people come and so, again, the impact on the neighborhoods is a challenge.
Yeah, we understand. I think that issue. We've driven around. We've talked to a lot of people. We've, in fact, oftentimes, and we don't do this too often. We did it in the county. We often stop people on the street and said, "Hey, get about 5 minutes. I have some questions to ask," and got a lot of good information about that. What I would say is that the relationship between us and the cities were interesting. It was very. We were invited to meet the Blackhawk. I wouldn't call it the city council, but it was that plus, their economic development consultant as well as some others, with a rather confrontational invitation, but it worked out really well. As long as we were there to say, look, leave us alone, let us do our thing. And if you guys are going to compliment that, great, we'll work with you. But stay away from, don't bother us. I'm sure that's not a surprise. The meetings we had with the Central City Council were somewhat along the same veins. We know what we're very happy with it, and we don't want anybody messing up what we're doing. So we've just, we've decided then to kind of let the cities do that what they wanted, because they won't talk to us anyway, and then focus on the rest of the county. And then any of these recommendations that do fit with the cities and complement what they're trying to do, we're very happy to make that happen. But they understood and we understood. We're working for the county.
So commissioners, is it a correct statement that we're comfortable with the report, the recommendations, no recommended changes, unless there are any recommended changes, we need to just clean up some grammatical errors, and then they would be moving on to or they're already working on the implementation phase. This was a ready grant that the county applied for that partially pays for this project, and their term ends in June, so they just have a few months left. But just wanted to, again, this was just provided to us after staff had a chance to provide some comments last week. And so we shared it with the board, so you would see it, so they could continue their work since we have limited time. So we wanted to make sure, again, the board had a chance to see the report. If you had any proposed revisions to the report, so they can make that change. The version that Ryan presented here today is on the website, so anyone on the public or attending virtually can access it. I know they reference some goals and some pages, but just trying to get some clear direction from the board so that they can continue their work regarding the report.
I would suggest that we take that off the website until we do make the corrections. And who do we bring these to you?
I would bring them to Senda, and then he can share those.
All right, I'll do that.
We'll take it up.
Thank you. What do you see in general what implementation means on this?
So I would defer to the Better City team, and they can talk about the next phase of implementing their goals. I know they're already, and it's referenced, they're already meeting with town of or Rollinsville, doing this kind of reach out to Rollinsville, but I would defer to them as to how they're planning to roll it out, given there's 2 months left of their award. So I'll defer to Ryan on that.
Yes, Ryan?
Yes, ma'am. In the appendix, you can see kind of our task list. We've had a number of tasks we've just talked about. And those tasks, we wanted to get approval of the plan before we start working on. Well, we've already been working on a lot of tasks, you can already see the ones we thought were obvious, but we will begin working on that once we get approval of this plan from you all. And I like I said, we've been all along trying to communicate what we've been finding out and what we think ought to be done, and getting a pretty good sense of that, and appreciate this opportunity. Does that answer your question?
So you're saying that if in the back pages, appendix D is where we will find the direction?
Yeah, we had the task list incorporated within what we've been talking about so far. The actual details are in later in the document.
I believe it's appendix E, task list.
Maybe I'll reiterate what Commissioner Morris asked too. So given that you have about 6 weeks, what are the priorities? What will we see you actually accomplish in the next 6 weeks off the task list?
I think the three priorities in our mind, and I'll start with the least important, and that is broadband. We'll be meeting with the state again and talk about that. We'll be meeting with as soon as we finished our charrette with Rollinsville, we'll be meeting with the Main Street people to talk about how they can help out with that. So broadband, meeting with Main Street, we'll be meeting with the National Forest Service soon. But primarily our work in the next couple of weeks is to be working on really helping come up with a strong plan for Rollinsville. And that means meeting with the business owners this coming Thursday. We're going to have a charrette there. I think, Commissioner, you mentioned that we might want to come back and do some after work hours, because other people might want to see that as well. So we're not limited to just one meeting. And then start meeting with the land as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Yes, I did. The flyer that you distributed said it was open to residents. And I have had 4 residents that live there that were unaware of this whole discussion that would like to come because they actually live there. And some of the business owners live there and some don't. So it would just be a different perspective, but they do work. And so an evening opportunity would be important and positive.
And we'll set that up.
So I will add for the board and also for Ryan and the team that the county is working very much so on broadband. So I think after this meeting, we should connect with the Better City team to confirm where we are, join those meetings so that we don't have any duplication of efforts. So just so the board's aware of Better City, because I'm not sure if we've necessarily connected in that regard. And then is there any specific items that the board would want them to focus on in these next 6 weeks, 2 months until their time ends here out of their task list and the areas that they've identified? Is there one that stands out, or 2 or 3, whatever the case may be? Sounds like the focus is on broadband and Rollinsville generally, what they would be working on while their contract ends.
I guess I have a question whether them working on broadband is necessary, since you and Sam and others have been working on that, and Marie's recently been talking to Dr. Hogg about bringing them in, so.
I think that's what Ray just indicated.
Yeah,
that once we have our meeting this afternoon, we can go back with
Right,
Dr.
so-
Ryan and explain where we are, so there's no overlap.
Right, so I don't know if that's a priority. What I would like to see is, early on, we had discussed compiling a list of resources for business owners. So grants they can apply for, money that's available to them, things like that, that would help, how do you open a business? Like, what are some of the steps? So things that would be helpful to small businesses, since we do have a lot of small businesses already open, and we have others that are opening and looking to open. But I think that could be really valuable, and that's not something that I'm aware of the county is doing. So that could be a good resource tool.
I have a question on Mid-County. Did you talk to businesses in Mid-County and between Highway 46 and north? And there are commercial areas on 119 and 46. And did you talk to them or interview them?
No, we didn't. We talked to them as the normal course of interviews, but no, we didn't focus on businesses in Mid-County, other than in general, remote work.
Okay, and the reason for that?
Just didn't get to it, I think.
But you did focus on businesses that work from home. in
Yes.
that area.
Yeah, we did. We think that's a big opportunity for people living in the county, either start businesses or take the ones they've already got and expand on them. And I think Commissioner Hollingsworth's suggestion of compiling a list of resources, let's bring that up to one of our top priorities right now.
And I was thinking too, I don't know, the EV charging stations. I know there's been quite a bit of work done on our county staff side as well. So there may be another opportunity there to meet and make sure there's we're not duplicating any efforts. as well, and then concentrate more on supports for existing businesses and those newer businesses who are wanting to move forward in the county.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. We have not time to duplicate efforts. We just want to make sure we're complimenting what you're doing and working with you and reflect what you're doing in here, but not, we would be, frankly, we would not do as good a job anywhere near as the county can do. As you're with the programs you're already working on. So, yep, I hear you.
So I'm hearing the direction is to focus on business support, existing and new business in the county. And so we can work with Metro City to redirect them in those areas. And then the areas that the county's already working on, we'll just continue to lead, but we'll compare notes and see where we are and resources.
And developing resources for all small businesses in the
Yes.
county, not just in the Wallensville area.
Yes.
Because I do know when we went touring, I did take him to Mid-County and pointing out the businesses that are part of the Gilpin Water Company and how that works. And those are successful businesses there. And there's another one that's going to be breaking ground anytime now along that stretch. So it's a viable and successful area as well.
Yeah,
And it should also contain any sort of resources that the city Blackhawk and city central have as well, because obviously Gilpin County includes the two jurisdictions as well. So it should just be looking at the unincorporated area. So we'll look at it holistically of overall business support and make distinctions if it's in one of the two cities. That's one.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Ryan.
Okay,
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, both.
Thank you all for letting us be there. It's been a great opportunity.
Thank you again, and we'll be getting back to you after we have some further discussions. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a mill levy discussion with Gabriel Grissom and Parks and Recreation Director, and Ryan Keenan is here, Facilities Director, and Joe Allaire, Finance Director. Could you come up? And I believe Gabriel is going to join us virtually.
So as Gabriel gets set up here, she's going to run through the PowerPoint presentation she provided to the board during the work session in March. I'll run through that briefly, kind of summarize that, and then the next steps, which were trying to get more information on the capital cost for maintenance of the community center and other buildings. And then the broad discussion is to work through kind of the options and the nuance of this so that we can receive some direction, so staff can receive some direction as to where the general preference is from the board regarding mill levy and sunsetting at the end of this year. The general direction from the previous board last year during work session was to continue or move forward another request for extending the mill levy. The details of that haven't been discussed as to what exactly that meant. So the purpose of this is to kind of work through the details so we can get a consensus as to what's the board's general direction moving forward from this point on. If we don't have enough time during this discussion, we do have the work session on the 18th where we're going to be talking about the capital costs as well. So there will be more information a week from today during work session. And then tentatively, we're looking at also having this same discussion if needed on the 28th of April as well. So this is just the first opportunity during a regular meeting for the board to discuss it, and staff's here to answer any questions and provide information. But I'll turn it over to Gabriel so she can run through that presentation again.
Gabriel?
You might not have permission.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like I still can't share my screen, but I'm able to talk. So Thanks for the introduction, Ray. Sorry, I'm not able to be there in person, commissioners. I did just update basically the presentation we did for the work session, like Ray mentioned. And then Joe and Ryan are also here just to talk more in depth about the budget and our capital repair and maintenance needs at the community center specifically. So let me see.
We can't see anything on the screen, any documents that you have.
Sam's going to give her permission to present, so he's doing that right now.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Is that big enough?
That's fine.
Okay. So, like I said, here's the presentation. I made a few updates. So for today's discussion, what Parks and Rec does. So the Gilpin County Parks and Rec Department, as you all know, we provide an array of activities to support the physical, mental, and social health of all of our guests within Gilpin County and our community. And here's just a list of all the things that we provide, like aquatics to childcare, different classes and workshops, meetings, the county fair, we're an emergency shelter and a reunification. We have the equestrian areas, we have fitness, free play, Wi-Fi access, fundraisers. We increase property values within Gilpin County. We're an information hub for all the maps and things we were talking about. People call us all the time and ask for questions of where they're going or camping or jobs that are available within the county. We support local businesses at our events with booths. We provide local jobs, a lot of first-time jobs for folks here. We have pottery programs, birthday rentals. We have senior services and senior lunch. We have showers for folks. We support the social and leisure time for people. We provide lots of fun, special events and sports and leagues. Just to summarize the budget and operations for 2022, as you could see, we had over 35,000 check-ins for 2022, and we have over 55% of our Gilpin residents that are actually in our system and have an account with us. So that's over 3,400 people that have an account with us. These are our check-in peak times in the morning. That's usually when we have like pickleball, aquafit, pottery, a lot of different things going on in the morning, but also in the evenings after school, we're very busy too. And that's more of our enrolled participants instead of our drop-in participants. Continued is our budget. So as you can see in the summary, according to our adopted budget from what our actuals were at the end of December, we were above revenue and we were below our expenditures. So right now our ending fund balance is approximately 600,000. That also just includes some grants that we weren't expecting at the time of the mill levy, and just our revenues, and just didn't know what COVID was going to do for us as far as visitation. Please feel free to interrupt me with any questions or comments as we go too. This explains our current mill is at 2.570, and it collects approximately 1.15 million a year, and that's varied each year so far. This also breaks down how much revenue we're collecting and how. So our mill levy is our main source of revenue, then grants, then our fees. And then our expenditures are our programming, our cost allocation, which is back to our internal services, our utilities, operating, and maintenance. That's within our own budget. So why are we talking about a dedicated mill levy? Why extend it? Having a dedicated mill levy ensures the success and sustainability of our department. The repair and maintenance and capital projects need to be addressed, and we'll talk about that more in depth coming up. It's very rare to have a Parks and Rec department funded by a county general fund. It's not statutory required for counties to provide that. So we are just a very unique situation within Colorado. Most Parks and Rec departments are usually funded by a dedicated tax within a municipality, such as, for example, 1% of a sales tax, or actually a special district that has their own property taxes. And then last, the Parks and Rec expenditures budget of 1.6 million for limited operations does not fit back into the general fund. If we were to do that, what other areas within our other departments would need to be cut, or what things would be cut in within other departments that are required by statute? So we did a survey when our recreation coordinator started, a pretty just general survey online just to see what programs folks were interested in, what things they wanted to see Parks and Rec do, so he knew what he could work on. So this survey mentioned opening back to 7 days a week, addressing our repair and maintenance, providing outdoor recreation, which we just talked a lot about, arts and culture programming, more arts and culture, more child care support. So how can we help our partners with our only other early childhood licensed childcare is Eagle's Nest. Group fitness classes, we have some, but we're not back to where we were before COVID. Toddler classes, which we actually are starting a toddler class next week, so I'm excited for that. More performing arts, so theater, dance, music. And then what kind of playgrounds, like Naturescape's a big trend right now in Parks and Rec, as that you could see in that picture there. And we just have a lot of nature around us anyway, so how can we utilize that more and get kiddos more adapt to nature? And then upgrade pool amenities, childcare space, more art pottery space, and more staff space in our offices. Since COVID, we did provide more ways to get more funding, revenue, I should say. And one of those ways was our insurance program. So we provide Silver Sneakers, Silver and Fit, and Renew Active for those Medicare, whereas before we didn't get that funding. So that's one way. We have a new software program that should be streamlining and really counting all of our usage a little bit better. We have the Eagle Teen Program, which is funded by the Tony Gramscis grant. Hopefully that'll continue. I think Catherine will know more at the end of this month, whether or not that'll continue for 3 years. We also have the Substance Abuse Block Grant, with pretty much 90% funds our licensed school-age childcare program. That's a 5-year grant, which will expire in June of 2025. And then our county fair is also new as under Parks and Recreation. So I brought forth a new scenario for you guys from when we talked about this at the work session. So you had asked to what it would look like if we did 3.490 mills. That would collect approximately $1.566 million. I feel confident we could open 7 days a week, and we would be able to address more of the maintenance and repair long-term in the budget, and we'll get more into that, like I said. Any questions on that, or should I elaborate on the other two scenarios? Okay. So this is just a little bit more information of the money that we currently collect. So within the mill levy right now for the 2.570 mills, approximately 66% come from commercial properties. For example, a large popular casino in 2022 paid $173,000 as their tax towards this mill. Next is 19% residential, and that's about $226,000. And then other like mining claims, natural area, there's like 4 different things that go into this other category. It makes up about 15% of the mill. So in the new scenario, if we were to go for the 3.49 mills, the tax on a home that's about $500,000, the annual tax would be $121.28. Or you could say for every $100,000 of your home value, it would be $24.26. So I wanted to look more at the budget at this time, if that's okay with you all.
Yes, that's fine.
Let me see. I might have to stop sharing and start sharing again on this page.
And just to clarify, I should point that out, the 3.49 wasn't a suggestion from the board. It was, there was a higher number in the last work session, so it was just another option, another suggestion. And there's a lot of different options as to what the mill levy could be if the board so.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, so looking at the budget, as I mentioned, the starting fund balance at the beginning of this year is approximately $600,000. So here's our current taxes plugged in for whatever that mill is. So currently it's right here. That's where we're at for our taxes collected, 1.15 million. So if we were to go for 3.49 as an example, it would be 1.566 million. Really, the rest of the revenue doesn't change a whole lot. If we were only open 5 days a week, we still only have 5 days of opportunity to make revenue. So that's why in a 7-day scenario, if we were to open 7 days a week, that's why I have us making some more revenue in some areas. So like user fees, for example. So that's where we also mentioned, I mentioned the grant. That's where that money is there. So you can see our revenues are about 1.5 million with the same mills, or over 2 million with the 3.49 mills. And then where the expenditures are, the main difference are going to be in salaries. So if we're open 7 days a week, obviously we're going to have to hire more staff to cover more hours. So that's where that big difference is. And then down, and then the cost allocation, that's always variable depending on how much staff we have, how much maintenance there is, and it's just a variable, and it's 2 years in the rears, as you all know. And then the other main difference would be our capital and repair. So right now, we really don't address capital and repair within the Parks and Rec mill levy. But if going forward, we wanted to do that, say 75,000 if we stuck with our current mills. On average, this would vary every year, but on average, depending on what our ending fund balance, 9.3% of the capital cost would be covered and contributed towards what we need done at that facility. So then on the 3.49, you could see if we put in 150,000 a year, obviously this would vary every year, but on average 18.7% capital costs would be covered and contribute towards projects at the community center. I also want to mention the ending fund balance, that's the variable. So because we have a $600,000 right now ending fund balance, we could always put more into capital, but that's a one-time cost. So that's why I wanted to kind of show it this way, and maybe Joe can explain it a little bit better. That we can't count on that every year. So that's why I wanted to just put this minimal amount that we could potentially count on every year. Does that make sense? And Joe, do you want to chime in on that at all?
I guess the easiest way to say it is that the Parks and Recs fund balance, you could just think of it as the general fund balance. Like, you have to keep it above zero so you can spend down against it. But if you spend down against it, it's a one-time sort of use. So in a scenario where you have $523,000, you could say, okay, well, let's spend $300,000 more in capital, but that's going to reduce that $520,000 down by $300,000, and you're not going to be able to do that the next year. It's a rolling balance. So.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Right. So did we want to look at anything else more detailed in these budgets? Or do you have any other questions on the budget?
I just had one question. I noticed on 3.49 scenario, that you had an increase in leagues. So are you saying if you had more staff, you could have more leagues taking advantage of the ball fields, and does that include volleyball inside as well?
Yeah, everything. I would hope that user fees, league fees, special event fees, everything would have more. It would cost more because we're doing more, but it would also make more money.
So it's important to call out that the mill levy beyond the existing mill of 257, the community center hours of operation go from 5 days to 7 days. So that's why there's that net increase in revenue and costs throughout.
Right.
And in our previous presentation, you did have a suggested, I can't remember the exact amount, 4.5% mill levy. And I think our comments were that seemed high for getting voter approval. Have you dropped that idea at this point, or are you just presenting us these two lower ones for consideration today?
I think it depends on what we want to address. If we want to address more capital, then it's not too low, but I think you're right. We have to know the climate of the voters and what they want. So, yeah, I guess I'm dropping it at this point, but we can always bring it back up.
And I know there's going to be part of this discussion regarding the capital costs and the deferred costs associated with that, and Ryan and Joe can raise those particular comments, but that's a big component of it. And it's really, we're looking for direction from the board, or some, yeah, direction as to where the consensus is regarding the mill levy at this early stage. Keep in mind, we wouldn't end up referring, or the board wouldn't refer anything to the voters until August, so we have plenty of time, but it's really just trying to get some clarity as to where the direction of the board is, so that staff and the various other outside groups that are associated and interested in supporting this measure can do so 6 months essentially before the election date is the general request here as to exactly what number the board is comfortable with, if the board is comfortable with that, and to get a better sense of the outstanding capital costs and what the mill levy would pay for and what it would not pay for.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that you mentioned that. I know in the previous 2 years, that was a point of discussion, that when the mill levy was passed, when it was formulated, there was no clear distinction or, tentatively clear line between capital, since the county owns the building, versus operating, which the mill levy is covering. So if we can work on that, I know it's not clear cut, it's not black and white, you just say this is capital, this is operating, but that kind of guidance, I think, would help. Because I think that the previous board had talked about taking on more of the capital expenses from the general fund and not having it be part of the mill levy. But then another advantage is if money can come in through the mill levy to pay for that, there might be quicker remedies to some of the capital. So, different ways to think about it.
Yeah, I think just for my 2 cents in here, we have, I think, pretty good numbers. And I think, as Ray mentioned, we'd like to work on that based on the information we got from our vendor April 18th. So we can work on that however you guys see fit. But the point is, we have a good tool, we have a good framework to come up with what the costs will be, how we want to handle them, and then balance that against this scenario. And that's really, I think, we have the information, it's what everybody wants to do with it now.
I do have a question, and it might be for Gabriel, it might be for Brian. So at this point, it sounds like the mill levy revenue is covering costs for the exhibit hall. And I'm wondering if that is true, and if that's something we might want to specifically look at, because it seems like the exhibit hall is more used by CSU Extension, who office there, and then outside groups who use the barn, et cetera. So just, is that a mill levy fit?
So I just want to go back a little bit too. So the current mill levy of 2.570 was, you know, a decision, a really hard decision to make sure that we would open and operate with limited hours and limited staff. We knew that going into it. And so we just wanted to get the doors open to get things back out rolling, right? So the exhibit hall, the barn, is utilized by some of our programs, and we are the ones that facilitate rentals. So our staff does rentals in there. For example, there's dog training classes. But then, yeah, CSU Extension has 4-H and other things that go on in there. But right now, the facilities, as far as I know, the general fund does take care of like the utilities and maintenance, but that could be part of our cost allocation, or it could be part of Parks and Rec. I guess that depends too, because if we're the ones managing the events and the rentals in there, is it Parks and Rec or not? I don't know, but does that answer your question?
It did, thank you.
So the next slide goes into more detail, just the summary of the different things that the vendor did identify within the facility assessment report for the community center. So, oh, yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner Morris would like to speak.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear your question.
Oh, I was asking, I was looking at the chart, and my question was whether the exhibit hall currently is covered more by general fund or the mill levy, and where it should fit, because of its mixed use with CSU Extension and outside groups using it. And so she did answer that. Right now, the general fund covers the repairs and utilities, and they facilitate the rentals for the use of the exhibit hall. So it's kind of a shared.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then we do have an MOU with CSU Extension. So like their Eagle program, the teen program is technically under CSU Extension, but it's ran out of the NPR and the community center. So I kind of look at it all as one thing, but I don't know if CSU Extension provides funding or how that works. I don't know that part of that. So okay, so just getting into a little more detail, and I know Ryan can talk way better about this than I can, but here is a snapshot from what is taken from the facility assessment report for the community center. So it breaks down immediate needs by categories, and at the bottom you can see the total for things that need to be done. So immediate needs is over 4 million. And then we have short term at approximately 100,000, and then it just goes on from there. And over a 20-year period, it's about $19 million for the community center alone. So on average, if we were to split that up, it's about a $1,057,000 a year spending. So that's why when I showed you guys the budget originally, it was those percents of the 18.7%. If we were to address $150,000 a year within the Parks and Rec budget, or contribution, I guess we could say, towards those capital needs. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then here's just a couple photos of the areas. So as you all know, the roof is pretty bad with leaking, and we just don't know the internal damage that's happening right now too. So there's another $14,000 study that probably should be done immediately, like it says in that column. The flooring downstairs, and then just the parking lots are in pretty bad shape right now too. So those are just 3 examples of things that need to be done immediately. Do you want us to talk about anything, Ryan?
I really think that's up to the commissioners. I think we have some of these preliminary reports specifically for this site. I think we want to look at our opinions on this report and digesting that, and then B, how that fits into the county as a whole. Now, I think we are going to address that on April 18th. I just want to know, how does this impact your conversation today? Is there anything, I mean, I could go line by line if we wanted to. We did that, Marie, on our own time, but where do we want to go with this? Is that something we want to address right now to clarify numbers, or is that something we can just look forward to on April 18th based on what you're looking to get out of this? I think, again, what this number shows is this is directly from the vendor, just to be clear. This is their opinion on what needs to be done. And if we want to digest that and see how that turns out, maybe different, one way or the other, we can do that. But I would say, just to know what this represents today, based on how I worked with the vendor, these would be not to exceed numbers. This would be the best case scenario, the best practice, what it would cost to do that. So I would think you could take these numbers here and say that these are not to exceed type numbers for the need.
What Brian was speaking about, I did go over the report that he put together specifically for the community center and the outbuildings to look at the report, because buried in the report towards the back, there was a discussion on priorities based on safety, continuity, and then just general upkeep. And so unfortunately, the information that you have on the spreadsheet that they have in front and the summary did not address safety. And I would ask Ryan if he could convert that information and talk about safety, because it was just a number that's saying this is how much money that has to be spent on safety. If we could convert that to highlighting the expenditures that they put together, even on the summary, not maybe on the detail, which ones are safety issues, because I think that is something that, as commission and as a facilities manager would be focus on safety of people being in the buildings and using the buildings. So
yes, I think that I appreciate the time we spent on that, and we can highlight that and say these are the immediate safety needs and the ongoing safety needs, and maybe then see, okay, if we're going to cover 18.7% of capital with the mill levy, does that cover the safety needs? And so then we can say, okay, clearly we're covering the safety needs with the mill levy, the other ones not. But we can see what that number shakes out to and how it compares to the mill levy scenarios. Absolutely.
I think that would be helpful. This is the summary sheet that I'm talking about in the report, where they go through and they show what everything in red is a safety issue and yellow is performance. So, but unfortunately, it doesn't convert easily to the spreadsheet.
And I don't want to speak for Gabriel, but I think if you're working that problem from two ends, what percentage do you want to aim for in the mill levy to go to capital? And then we can work it from the other end as well. Well, what do we want to be covered by capital by the mill levy too? Yeah, we can meet in the middle with that, but I think maybe I can have that information, absolutely. But it's a matter maybe today, and again, I don't mean to speak for Gabriel or anyone else, but how much do we even want, and what percent of the mill levy should go to capital? And that's
I think that's the big dilemma, is that we've been talking about this for 2 years and focus on safety. Because my opinion as one commissioner is that things that have a safety implication, we need to do. And if that comes from the general fund, like, we all know the parking lot is dangerous going into the front. We need to do it. It's not the time of year to do it right now, but we need to do that. And I don't think that can be delayed waiting on to see if the mill levy is going to pass. And I know that you were working on the growth and you had a solution to help remedy that, to help slow or stop any further damage. But so I don't think these are completely new discussions, but again, it's for us to decide, what is general fund capital and what is operating expense capital, because those are two different things. I'm personally concerned about trying to put too much capital into the mill levy and raising the mill levy amount. And then maybe the voters will say, nah, I don't want to pay for that kind of a mill levy, even though I was pleased to hear that a lot of the majority comes from commercial properties. So I don't think I had realized that before. You said 69%, 66%.
Yeah, I think that's a huge highlight that we have to educate folks on?
And a lot of that is from casinos, so, you know, they're contributing in that way, so that's great. And you said 19% was from residential, so I think that's good messaging. But again, I think we do need to determine, I don't know if we can do it today, you know, what is general fund and what is potential mill levy capital.
I also want to bring up the fact that we have the report for all the facilities that need capital. And this is just one. The community center and the surrounding buildings are just part of that. And that's something that, again, I haven't looked at the report in detail, but they probably are addressing things that are safety issues in all of these.
Correct. Safety issues are addressed in all the reports for all the buildings. And yeah, I think for the community center and the mill levy discussion, it's really a matter of, again, I think how much we want to get in capital from the mill levy. That's what I think is important. And then from there, I think we can say, okay, we have this amount of safety, we know that, and we know how much we can hopefully project what we can rely on from the mill levy to go to capital, and we can meet that and say, okay, we want to address these things with the mill levy or not, whether it's general fund or not. And we at least know what consistent number we might get from a mill levy. And we know from these reports what can be covered from that and what will go in the general fund. So
I think another thing we can think about is because we have a very large, if we take these at face value, we have a very, $14 million they have in capital costs. I don't know what percentage of that is safety, but to address this in a different manner with a bond, if that's a possibility of being able to address all of these at one time.
Well, what I'm hearing, first of all, is we'll use safety as a way of prioritizing the capital improvements or the capital corrections, actually, by this time, to prioritize what needs to be done. My concern with, I think we just need to look at this as far as the mill levy at this point. If we're pulling in all of the the general fund capital, then we're pulling in, as Marie said, at least $14 million because we have other repairs that need to be done in county buildings as a whole. So I think then we're kind of getting into the weeds. We need to concentrate, as Brian said, looking at the mill levy issue, what percentage of that we're going to spend and utilize for capital, which I would say would be a priority in terms of having this additional funding. We'll have it for operations and able to expand to 7 days a week, but then we'll also need to be, taking at least bite-sized chunks out of our capital problems.
And I think the math we worked on, and we all feel pretty good about based on all the numbers, is the 3.49 scenario. It's about 18%, 18.7% of that mill could possibly go to capital. So compared to what we know are the costs at this report at face value, 18.7 from the mill levy could go to capital costs, and the 2.5. Let me get this right. It's essentially extending what we have now, the 2.5 scenario, 2.57. There could be about 9.3% of the capital costs covered in that scenario. So I think, yeah.
And I'll just go ahead. I was just gonna ask Joe, what's the base percent? Is it 3% that we need to have? Is that what's our floor or minimum that we need to carry over to the next year?
Yeah, it's 3% of operating expenditures.
Okay, so 3% of the operating expenditures, which means then if we have the 523, then that would still, like you said, give us 200,000 that we could.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the fund balance of the Parks and Recs fund, it's really not, I wouldn't be too, I would want to, we have to keep that 3%, but there are other ways to meet that 3% if we decide we want to spend down, such as general fund transfer from our unassigned reserves in the general fund. If we really want to meet that, we're well above our needed reserves in the general fund. So we can do that, but yeah, there is a small needed fund balance here.
Great, just so we
Yeah.
kind of have an
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
of the parameters we're working within. So it does seem that 3.49 does give us room for, say, 20% for capital expense as well as meeting our minimum balance to carry over.
As the director of finance, I kind of look at it all. I know these are separate entities or in separate funds, but I kind of look at it all actually as sort of one entity when we're talking about ending fund balance. It's up to me to monitor all the ending fund balances. And like, in my old job when I was doing this, it was one of the things that kept me up at night, knowing that like all my other funds, like all the funds outside of the general fund were slowly approaching zero. So when I did my calculation to like, oh, well, what do I need in the general fund? I had to calculate it. I'm gonna have to do a fund transfer to the risk fund and, where other funds at some point in the future. So that has to come out of there. And the 3% that I need in the general fund has to also account for that. So that's the kind of way I'm looking at this problem, is I'm looking at kind of like our overall.
More holistic.
Correct,
This is a piece of that.
Yes, it is. Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly
Well,
how I
that's
look at it.
Good. Well, that gives us an idea.
And considering the additional couple costs that we just heard, that we just got yesterday, total.
Are you talking about the capital?
Yeah, capital. for
So
repairs.
I think that is all these costs they're not theoretical in the nature that I think we eventually have to do them. And I kind of view them as almost like a mounting debt. If you don't take care of them, it's a no interest debt. But like, if we're looking at, if you go back and you just look at the report for the Parks and Rec buildings, well, if it's in the immediate column and you say it's not immediate and you push it out, it's still a bill that's coming due at some point. And I view the entire capital of everything in Ryan's report is the same way. We can prioritize it as much as we want, but at some point that bill comes due. You usually get to the point where if you're not paying these down at a certain point, then usually what happens to a county or municipality or anything is you kind of have to go for a bond at some point because you've pushed out so much debt in the future that you can't really pay for it. The disadvantages of going for a bond are, of course, these debts don't carry interest. A bond carries an interest and issuance, all of that. So, I view this as something that I would look to, especially because the numbers are not to exceed and they have tied in inflation. I would look to, as a holistic viewpoint, our current reserves plus any overages or, any savings to look at the holistic nature of our capital needs and how we want to deal with those. But all that goes back to say this all ties together in a bow, because that would be far different if we don't get a mill levy, obviously, for Parks and Rec, because then we have to float. Let's just say we didn't get a mill levy, we would have to float all of the expense somehow, and we'd have to make cuts. But if that expense is no longer coming from a mill and it's got to come from us, then it affects our bottom line and it affects what we can do in capital in the future. So the way I view mill levies is more of an operating mechanism. The way I view bonds is more of a long-term debt, because a bond has a fixed issuance and it's a debt. A mill levy, if it doesn't sunset, does not. It doesn't have a fixed issuance. It's not a debt. It's a tax we collect. So I view bond as taking care of capital, massive long-term needs that are finite, where I view mill levy as a operational ongoing expense. So when we talk about this, my recommendation is to look at the mill levy that we think we can pass with some help to capital. And then know that once we do that, we still have to deal with the ongoing capital needs of not only this building, but the county building with everything we have left.
Right. But this mill levy would be a way of, at least for part of this, generating income and taking care of.
Absolutely. It's
yeah, and the two problems I have, one with the bond is, one, we are now debt free, so that'd be assuming quite a bit of debt. Two, the prime is now at 8%. So you figure any kind of bond funding you get is prime plus 2.
Yes.
So that'd be 10, and then if the board goes ahead, or I mean, the banking decide to go ahead, and they've been raising it at quarter points per meeting per quarter. So, you know, that's additional interest that we'll be paying there on millions of dollars.
And
Yeah,
that's the
and I-
reality, but then we still have the issue of having to pay for capital costs some way. And I think what Joe was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that mill levies will not address that either from a time standpoint when you need the money or even covering the cost.
And we
It'll allow
look
us
at our general fund, and so that's why I keep bringing up, taking some of these from the list of everything that's needed, clarifying, we're gonna pay for the parking lot out of general fund, just get it done. You know, we have to make that kind of decision amongst ourselves, and we may or may not make that decision, but I'm just saying, and then that would reduce the need to include that in the mill levy, because it would be a project that's done. Maybe we would say, the roof, okay, that's been going on, Ryan did a remedy. Maybe we would say, okay, we need to get the roof done and protect the integrity of the building, so there's no further damage, so we're gonna pay for that out of the general fund, so that would take that out of this calculation too. So I think that's part of the picture. I also am not favorable about a bond. We did work hard to get out of debt, and taking on debt, I'm not sure that the voters would want us to take on debt through a bond either. And that's why, you know, Ryan's been prioritizing what needs to be done and presenting that to us. But I think there are more elements that we need to discuss about the capital, and they do relate to the levy in part, which is the focus of today's conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there's some really handy math here. I think that's what we work on, and, you know, I may be wrong here, but yes, we can work on that number as a whole. I think this number here as a whole, we can look at that and digest that, absolutely. But I think it'd be good to know balancing, as Joe said, what we believe people maybe have an appetite for, what the people want to see out of this, and then what percentage of that mill would go to capital. And then each year, you know, you can say, all right, this can help with this project, this project, this project, as we prioritize them on our own. But just having that percentage, knowing, I think we could work on that even more near term as we start digesting this. Because that number, we can change and grow, but we can fix the percentage number from the mill of what we would kind of contribute to capital, I think.
Right, and those are the numbers that Gabriel gave us and we repeated, the 9.3% with the current mill levy, the 18.7% with the higher mill.
Right. So I think Joe said it really well, and Ryan, both of you, thank you so much. The mill levy to me does cover operations. That makes a lot of sense, but I think there is some sort of percentage that we probably should need to contribute to capital or repair and maintenance, because where's that intersection? You know, we can't operate if the building is leaking and the power goes out, or if a huge sinkhole happens, you know what I'm saying? So what is that percentage? What are those safety items really? And so I know Ryan's going to be presenting that to you guys next week. And so nailing down that number and those percentages, I think would be important for the mill. So thank you guys so much for your work on that and your explanations on those things. So yeah, so we're at the community center. And then here's Pete Goins Park. So I don't know if folks actually realize that I think we were referred to as the community center all the time, but we also manage and program all of the fairgrounds, the trail, and the ball fields. And then the barn is more of a partnered effort, but we do have Pete Goins Memorial Park. And so the 2 ball fields there, and we have sheds there. We have the new playground there. We have the basketball court. The signage is in horrible disarray, so that actually needs to be replaced immediately. But anyway, so that's the numbers for this. And this is more irrigation. The irrigation, I think, was put in, oh, shucks, I don't remember the number or the year, but it needs to be replaced. So that site development is actually irrigation. Every year there's usually lines cracked or solenoids or heads that need to be replaced. So that's that immediate number. but over the 20 years is 900,000. And then here's the barn report, same scenario going through. Immediate needs is about 100,000. I know the HVAC, I don't know if that's in here or not, but I think that needs to be addressed like tomorrow. So both the heating elements in the barn are out right now. So the heat is actually off in the indoor arena, I should say, not the lobby areas, but in the indoor arena. And then over the 20 years is almost 1.5 million. And then, I'm sorry?
I thought the problem in the exhibit hall, in the barn was that the ductwork from the heating system was leaking and broken. Wasn't the
Correct.
heater.
That's
Yeah.
correct. It's the exhaust flues essentially.
But then something else, there was one that, and then it just broke the other day, I guess, too. So there was one more thing that was working and now it's broken too. And then here's the fairgrounds. And then just in the white is overall all of the reports combined together. And those are the numbers we've been talking about. Just what percentage of all of this do we want to put into the operations for the mill levy? So, and what will voters want to see? So.
Gabriel, I don't want to get into the weeds, but under site development, what does that include? What are you referencing there?
This is actually the stock pins, right, Ryan?
Correct. This is the stock pens at the fairgrounds on this page here.
And here's a picture of them. They're just, I think they're at their life cycle. There's a lot of old pins and metal that needs to be worked on or replaced.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so next is ballot language. So I don't know if we're quite there yet. And so I don't know if we want to talk more about this. I know we talked about it in the work session. We used the library's example to talk about what their specific mill levy was, and then they call out basically in bullet points of what they're actually going to be addressing. And so I mimicked that for an example for our mill levy. So if we were to go for the 3.49, what would that actually get us? So the 7 days a week, funding for existing and new programs like we spoke about, funding for repairing, maintenance, and updating our equipment and facilities and amenities, funding for each of the facilities like we went through, and maybe we would put that percentage in there. Obviously it would vary, like if we have that ending fund balance, like we talk about, say we have that 600,000 1 year and we know there's a big project we could do, we could spend that fund balance down a little bit more. But I think being clear to the community that we will address capital, whereas right now, I think, like I said, the 2.57 is really just for limited operating and it didn't address capital. So now we would want to address some of our capital so that we can operate safely and just more comfortably. And then, yeah, so any questions on ballot language, or do we even want to talk about that yet?
I'm not going to talk specifically about the paragraph that would be potential ballot language, but more the education part, just a couple of points we talked about already today. One is really communicating to the public how much is paid by commercial versus residential, because I know that residents, some want to continue it, some may not, but I think to let them know that the bulk of the money that's coming in, because there is a mill levy, is from commercial, and that includes casinos. Because I think there's been this long repeated fallacy that there was some promise that casinos were gonna pay for it and everything, and that's I don't know where that evolved from, but this is a good fact that you can educate people that so much is coming from that source. And that's from residential.
I agree. Yeah, that's huge.
Well, just to say that the casinos are paying their fair share of the tax, amount that they're not anyway getting out of that. So I think that's what's important to show, that 66% of the funding will be commercial money.
Yep. What else? So let me, sorry, we're kind of, I don't know if we want to talk about if it fails. We kind of talked about it a little bit, like how much would you guys want to open? How much can be fit back into the general fund? Especially with now that we know these solid numbers from the vendor from the facility assessment. So I don't know if we really want to talk about that at all.
I'd like to.
Okay.
I have the revenues from 2018 and 2019. It says Parks and Rec. And it's my understanding that at least in 2018, the facility was open 7 days a week.
Correct.
With this budget. And it was that the case in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So we were functioning at full capacity in those 2 years. And I think the question that a lot of people are going to have is, why is it our alternative if we don't pass a know that we have to close the pool and not still have a 7-day operation?
I think that's up to you guys, because if we go back under the general fund, where are we cutting from other departments and programs? And honestly, I think the COVID closure really was just the boiling point for being able to support Parks and Rec, because we just don't have the money to address repair and maintenance, basically, is the big thing. So but if it's just operations, you know, the 2.57 would get us by if it's just operations. So
I find it difficult to understand how being shut down for 1 year or 2 years, all of a sudden we have all these major capital problems showing up. They obviously have been a problem for a long time. And have not been. So I don't think you can say it's because of COVID that now that capital issues are in the forefront.
I'm not sure that anyone said that. I think we all know that capital has been deferred for part of 20 years. And so it was just a choice that the county made in the past not to address the capital. And now we're at this boiling point with some of our buildings. I do want to say that the cost of doing business for the county has gone up. And so I think the numbers that were calculated the last couple of years is that we couldn't fund out of the general fund the way that it used to be, because the cost for road and bridge, our sheriff's office, you know, basically every department, but particularly those two have really gone up. And so currently the sheriff's office uses 33% of our county budget, and they're asking for more things. So as their needs increase and public works needs increase, and capital in that manner, as far as heavy equipment and vehicles, you know, there just has to be which is more of a priority. So in the decisions, public safety will rise as a priority over the swimming pool. So it's just to think of it in that way too, that costs have gone up quite a bit.
I can understand that. Again, you said kicking the can down the road. I think that's what we're doing by not addressing the capital cost at this time as well. I think it's saying, oh, we'll deal with it after the mill levy passes and that type of thing. We still have all these capital issues to address. And this is not the only building and facility that has problems.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying we need to look at these capital needs and pick the ones that we're going to pay for at the general fund and not rely on the levy. That's been my message during this whole discussion. So I think that the things like, I'll bring up the two. One is the parking lot. You know, we just need to take care of that. Someone could get injured. You know, it's critical. So I don't think it ties into the levy. I think we just need to do it, but that hasn't been a decision made in the past couple of years by the board or by the county. And going back further, and then 2 years ago we did give $900,000 for capital improvements, and Ryan has come back to us time and time again saying, thanks for the money, you can't find anyone to do the work. So some of those things have carried over because of that reason as well. So that's part of the formula. And then this year, I can't remember what your capital budget is, but it's high, it's relatively high, and you're getting things done as you can find vendors, so, you know, as part of the whole formula, we need to identify things, we need to fund them, and then we need to secure the people to do the work, before the costs keep going up and the damage gets worse.
Right. Well, and I think we need to realize also that this money with the current, the $1,155,000, that funding will go away. And at this point, that money's been reallocated to different departments and uses. So that's why if we don't have a mill levy passed, then the, you know, funding for the community center will go down because that money's already been reallocated. So we'll need to find other sources of funding. Now, if we're looking at the mill levy, I think we're looking at a comprehensive piece, the community center, Parks and Rec, how we can take care and start dealing with some of their capital needs as well as their operating costs. And then we do have another discussion and all coming up with budgeting, how to look at the other millions of dollars that we need to spend. And we do have now a CIP, which helps us in our budgeting to start doing that, but we'll need to, you know, again, look at that in a 5-year plan for continuing maintenance as well as dealing with this. So it's an ongoing process, and I don't think we're ignoring anything. I just think we're having to talk about different ways and parts of the whole puzzle to go ahead and take care of our capital needs for the county as a whole.
I agree. And let me just add that we do have the 5-year CIP reference, but now that we'll have a finance director on board, it will be more robust. And so we're going to take a good faith attempt to try and factor in all the deferred maintenance and how we can pay for that and clear that up over 5 years. And it's also important with the numbers reference, the time value of money, the numbers that we're stating here are actually going to cost us more if we really age them out for 10 years, whatever the case may be. So it's going to cost us more, but I would reference that in our budget, we are actually looking at factoring that into the CIP and how we can pay for the deferred maintenance that is ever growing. And so we need to address that.
So I guess, what is it you need from us exactly right here? So we can go ahead.
So we're just looking for clarity and where the consensus is. Really, this is the second shot of kind of bringing it up from the first work session. And so if there's any sort of direction to us, it sounds like I heard the direction is a mill levy is the interest that we haven't settled on a number, but we can have that discussion on the 28th about 10, generally that number. But it was also raised that whatever is the direction to staff, it's important that we get the public engaged to understand why that is the request of the board. And it sounds like it's for operation and to address the longstanding capital costs. So we don't need any direction today, but I'm hearing a consensus of a mill levy, the number, and then we can revisit this again on the 28th. And hopefully on the 28th, after the work session in a week, where we'll talk about the capital costs, we can get a clear direction as to what that mill levy request would be to the voters and what it would cover. And then we can start talking about ballot language after that. Though nothing needs to be referred to the voters until August. It's really just getting that information out to the public so they know exactly what the board generally is going to be asking the voters to vote on and what that money will be spent on and the need and demonstrating the need of those funds. So no action is needed.
And you mean the 25th? Said 28th, but.
Oh, I'm sorry,
You mean
yes.
the 25th?
Yeah, the next regular meeting, the 25th, thank you.
But then our next meeting next week is with Ryan, just to go over.
That's
top
a
to
work,
bottom capital
work session going over the entire list of the capital costs.
in the county end to end.
Yes.
Okay.
If that's.
Well, my approach is similar, but not the same. I think before we say definitely to go with mill levy, we really need input from the community to test waters and see what direction they are, even if they want to consider it.
So I would say that all of these meetings are open to the public, they can attend throughout the process. When it would be, if it's referred to the ballot, it would be in August, so there would be the work session in a week. Public's able to join on that. The next meeting is also again open to the public for them to participate. There likely will be additional conversations about exactly the ballot language. So throughout this process, it's very public. Anyone from the public can participate, provide comments. They can send them directly to the other commissioners. They can send them to me. I'm happy to relay any information on, but this entire process is very public and we are looking for any public participation or input throughout. So this is not a closed door process in any way, shape or form.
And Madam Chair, I'm suggesting this on the 25th as a regular meeting. We could put it as an agenda item, public comment on the library if you want people to know that's a good time to kind of focus in. It's about.
I think that's a good idea. And I just wanted to mention, we do have the Friends of Gilpin County Community Center too. So if we get direction of, do we want to do a survey beforehand? Do we want to do a mailer of some sort? We can ask them for their help as well. So whatever you guys think. I think we got to let people know.
And it's also important to share that the county can share information as to the justification of the request and why the money is needed before it's referred to the ballot. Once it's referred, the county cannot spend one penny promoting the ballot measure. So this is the opportunity if you want to use any resources to talk about the need publicly.
Right, and the capital report is online and available, or will be?
Not yet.
It's not online. I think we want to work through it in our work session next week to make sure we're all comfortable with it.
Okay.
And I'm sure maybe open to the public then.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe after that work session and after the public comment and more talk on the 25th, maybe we have a public meeting at the rec center, an open house, or I don't know, but I'm definitely open up to more public education. So I know it's been in the newspapers a lot lately too.
Gabriel, how much is right now this year is budgeted for capital?
I think there's one project, and I could off the top of my head, I'm trying to think what project did we fund? Oh, the pool filters. So 138,000 is towards capital this year within the Parks and Rec budget. Now within facilities budget, we have all the HVAC. And I'm thinking that's like around 300,000, Ryan, or correct me if I'm wrong.
350.
So those are already budgeted in the budget. Thanks for reminding me.
Did we apply for grant for the generator there? Is that correct? Was that
for the justice?
Sorry.
Okay, well, if there's any other thoughts or questions, I just love all the photos. I love my job. I love all the people that come visit. We really have to get the word out. And I also think just employee education, like Gilpin County employees, is an important thing. This is our 20-year anniversary this year. So I will be cordially inviting you guys to our 20-year celebration for the community center. I'll send you an email on that, but I think that's another opportunity to showcase our amazing campus and facilities and what we provide for the community. So.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for all the work you've done, Gabrielle, and Joe and Ryan as well.
Yes, Ryan, Joe, Ray, thank you all. Thanks, commissioners.
Next on the agenda is the county attorney's report.
Thank you, commissioners. So I did, I'm working still on the stream restoration bill. And I talked with Daphne Grace, essentially the lobbyist for the Department of Natural Resources. I do believe it's a good bill and that it's basically without it, the state engineer's office and the Department of Natural Resources is basically saying folks that want to do stream restoration will not be able to do so legally without this bill. And we encourage stream restoration where we're at for fire safety, also for forest health. And so I believe it's one of the principles the county has addressed in various organizations we're currently involved in. So I do think it's a good bill. I am still reviewing, though, considering that what's being discussed as far as allowing these, and that is water attorneys that have gotten together. We've had some concerns. Most of these water attorneys have clients that are down the hill in Golden or metro area. And they're worried that these stream restoration projects will, and what again, stream restoration does is deepens pools, makes fish habitat, cooling pools, other things, and makes it look better, gets rid of silt build up. They're worried that these pools will keep more water from going down to them in their water rights. I'm not necessarily as worried with that. Right now there's 3 alternatives that the water attorneys are considering, and how big a pool can be, and how many can be in a certain mile stream or longer. And so that's currently being hashed around. Again, I do think it's a good bill, and obviously for your support or not as commissioners. But from a water rights standpoint, I'm not so worried about our water rights since we're high up in the system. And I do think it's de minimis, meaning that it wouldn't have that much impact. Even considering, I still want to consider the different options that their water attorneys are considering, but I think it's, again, a necessary bill, and so I would recommend the board, in my opinion, it's a good bill to support.
Thank you, Brett. I know that CCAT was asking for a board position, and we hadn't taken one. But I did mention that our county attorney suggested support or recommended support, just so they knew that that was thinking that you had brought to us and emailed us about.
Thank you. And I will be talking today, hopefully today or tomorrow morning, with our water engineers. They have some thoughts as well, so I'm going to be talking with them about the bill and the 3 different proposals from county water attorneys. A lot of contract reviews right now. Dory Lakes is one that I know I need to get to, so that's on my project. I'm working with Nate on his contracts as well, OEM. And then I do have some sheriff's office contracts to review. So those are still in the queue. I wanted to bring up the lobbyist question again. I know we had discussed a lobbyist potentially. And I do, they would generally start, if they're retained, they would start at the end of this year in preparation for the next session, the 2024 session. Legislative session. So just want to see if there's going to be further direction from the board on that. We can talk about that here or not, but that's what I was hoping to see if we want to move forward with any kind of discussions on that.
You had specifically indicated for gaming, any legislation associated with gaming, correct?
I'm sorry?
Did you specifically want a lobbyist for any issues that are associated with gaming, or is this in general?
Well, I think given the costs, I thought I guess it's a full package. I thought that might be helpful. It is additional funding, but I didn't think gaming we're generally aware of, and we can find out about, and we can, they would be looking at more generally globally at global bills. So that's what I think. I'm talking with Manager Rears, we were looking at initially.
So I would recommend that if the board's so inclined to pursue an advocate, so we've had some initial meeting staff has, that the board has a similar meeting with a potential candidate, likely in executive session, but I'll look for the attorney vetting regarding that to ask a specific question regarding the proposal. And we can line that up, and then you could weigh in as to whether that's something the board is particularly interested in or not. It is nothing that is budgeted for this year, but as we all aware, with the legislative season moves pretty quickly, especially in the last 3 weeks. There's always a benefit to have someone under the gold dome looking out for the county's broad interest. So I would recommend that we schedule a meeting with the potential firm, and then the board can ask the questions directly to to that company, and then we can solicit the direction after that.
And that sounds like a plan of option or a plan to me to go ahead and go forth.
And I just want to put my view out there again, that I'm not sure about, so it's not a budgeted position. I'm not sure if we have a comprehensive need for it, but we could certainly listen to the concept of it. I think there are other positions we might want to add to our county rather than the lobbyist.
Thank you, commissioners. The next item, water rights case is still moving forward on, it seems slow, but moving forward on the, our diligence cases for getting our water rights, and specifically in the church ditch, getting those, or either, again, getting diligence on those so that we can keep them. On the UNT project, there's no news, at least from a legal standpoint, new news on that. No court decision has yet been rendered on that dispute. So still monitoring that and looking for what that may be. I can say that I reached out to Water Congress previously, I mentioned, they have submitted a against letter. And then I talked with Gabe Ratz, he's a water attorney in Denver. He's on the water control board, and they're in water quality board, and they're going to be doing the same. So he was I'm going to be sending him, I sent him our letter. He's going to be likely copying that and adding some more information. Aqua plan RFP this week. I had my Aqua meeting on Thursday, and we will be discussing the 208 plan again. That is a federal plan that's delegated to the states, Colorado in our instance, to keep water quality and address water quality issues and that sort of thing. We have drafted an RFP and we're just fine tuning at the meeting. And I will be, I got the approval from our county manager to use our system to send that out on BidNet to get some qualified candidates to help us with that plan. We do have one zoning case right now that we're pursuing. We should be filing, I'm hoping Thursday of this week. It's with in Mid-County. We have a gentleman who stayed too long under camping on his property. He has an RV, and you're only allowed 30 days. He's used his 30 days. And so we're pursuing a case against him. That again should be coming here on Thursday. I'll be filed with the court on Thursday. Sarah, who I call her our core guru, she fields all the core questions, which I would say there generally can be a lot of, and she's done a good job. Assistant the sheriff's office. This one, again, just trying to make sure we handle certain firearms responsibly and with the law. So there's new federal guidance on this that the states are following. So working with them on that. I will be also going to my county attorney conference. It's annual county summer conference, and there's a winter conference too later in the year. This one's June 8th this year, 8th through 10th, so Thursday through Saturday. I will be attending that. So, yeah.
Any questions for Brad?
No, thanks for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Next on the item is the county manager's report for April.
Thank you, commissioners. You have my written report in the file. I have a few highlights here. As referenced, we will have a work session a week from today. The topics at this point are the 101, capital maintenance costs, which was came up with a discussion regarding Parks and Rec. The Gilpin advertising panel gap bylaws, that's in relation to the lodging tax 2%, where a minimum of 10% needs to go towards advertising in unincorporated Gilpin County. We have not received any of the tax revenue yet. We will expect to receive that, I believe, in May, but we need to establish this panel prior to that so that you can start discussing where those funds would go towards, but more information next week. Township, the slash yard, and then chief deputy assessor position for the work session next week. And then another work session 2-3 weeks from now, May 2nd. Just going to be one topic because it is a very big topic. There's lots of nuances with this. Housing, senior workforce, Proposition 123. Probably at that point, we'll send a bill 213 discussions as well. We have invited various housing partners from the city, from our housing authority, just anyone that has any involvement, JCMH, with housing as well, see if they're able to come in and participate for this first discussion, looking for some general direction as we have this first meeting to talk about housing, which is a big issue broadly in the area. And then I'll save broadband for discussion. I've asked my staff to be here to give a board update regarding our broadband efforts, so everyone's aware of that. AV update is they're looking at May, where they're going to come in and make the improvements. RFPs that are out, so we are working on a draft CWPP, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, so we can release that soon. Copy our contracts so we can consolidate the contracts under one. And then the organization-wide staffing and we combined it compensation study is been drafted. It's under review with HR, finance, and the sheriff's office. The hope is that would be released this week. More information as that progresses. I wanted to provide some updates regarding grants. We did receive the Colorado Tourism Management Grant from $20,000 with a $7,000 match, which is budgeted. So that's exciting. Community funding, we did not receive the award from Congressman Nagus, but we still have pending for our two senators. And then various meetings over the last 2 weeks. Economic development, there's been a number of discussions regarding the SEDS and then with Better Cities, and we'll follow up on Better Cities, so they are focused on their final 2 months of their contract. I did have the privilege of attending the Union Pacific Heritage Train Ride, and that was an amazing experience last week. I'm sure there'll be more discussion here and commissioner comments regarding that. I made some great connections. And then the last item here is before the broadband is Missouri Creek Restoration Project. So listen to that presentation. I have already followed up on a few of the items, one specifically on there were culverts reference the short-term efforts that we should fix. And so Public Works has added that on the list to have that addressed. But it definitely highlighted the need for us to address our wildfire issues and potential. And so it was a very good report, which we will use as a basis moving forward. Attached to my staff report were the short-term rentals, even though it wasn't labeled that, but I thought it was relevant for the board to see this item where you can see the total number of licenses and the revenue. This is just the fees collected that the county has received. And the information regarding the district locations and subdivisions are just informational. There's no requirement with that. It's something that came through the planning commission to kind of know where the distribution of short-term rentals were, but you can see that since the short-term rental fees have been established in August 23rd of 2022, the county's received in fees $156,400. So I thought that was important information to share with the board. And then the other attachment I added to this is the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. So every year they have a grant application for 2 students. It's $1,000 for each student. So one benefit of now participating in the EDC is they have expanded it into Gilpin County and promoted it in Gilpin County. Previously, they only promoted this in Clear Creek County. And so we've shared this on our website in Wiley's in the hopes that a Gilpin County student would apply. I'll turn it over to Mr. Bauer, and so he can give an update to the board regarding the broadband efforts. There's been a number of meetings and conversations that he and I had, primarily he. And Jamie should join as well.
Do you have any handouts?
Sorry. No handouts, no, just verbal report.
May I ask one question?
Of course.
Yes. So on this short-term rental list, do you know why Corona Heights isn't listed? Is it incorrectly referred to as Lawrenceville Heights? And I know there's more than one in our. So
I'll follow up with.
if they only have one license, then I'll be in touch with them.
Yeah, I don't believe there is a Rollinsville Heights, so it's
No.
probably Corona Heights, but I'll check with community development that he provided this list.
Thank you.
Well, also, since we're still on that topic.
Sure.
I'm not familiar with tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Do you know what those are?
Test my memory, I think it's on community development to describe it, but I believe it's more intensive, whether it's like home-based or if it's a standalone, but I. would
Yeah,
prefer to-
tier 1 are owner occupied.
Yes.
And tier 2 were on the property, but separate. And tier 3 were outside owners or second properties that residents own, but a lot of those are non-resident owned, freestanding, so their sole purpose is short-term rentals.
Was there a distinction between non-resident and out-of-county residents?
That's,
I mean, excuse me, resident and out-of-county resident?
we were advised through our legal team that we couldn't differentially charge fees based on whether they were a resident owned or out of county. Believe me, we tried.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
New commissioners. So just going to provide a little bit of an update, process that we're working through, and we are in that process. I've split everything into 5 main phases. I'll just go over those real quick and we'll go into some more detail. So the first phase is the planning and data collection phase. That's the phase that we're currently in. Second would be the project planning phase. It's going to consist of 2 main components: an RFP for a broadband champion, as we've been calling it. We're not sure exactly what that's going to look like yet. It might end up being a consultant or a temporary employee, just someone that can come in that knows what they're doing, has the connections within the state and the region, and can really spearhead this project for us. The second is an RFP for an engineering and design plan. As you're all aware, there was a strategic study that was completed in 2017. That has a lot of great information in it, but it doesn't actually provide any sort of cost estimate or engineering plan for a project like this. So the goal will be to hire a consultant to come in, do that engineering work and give us a good idea of the scope of the project and a rough budget of how it will all shake out. After that, we'll move into the funding phase. So once we do have that cost estimate, we can very confidently go to the state and the federal government and say, here's our project, here's how much it costs, and hopefully be able to secure funding through that. That'll also be able to inform any budgetary considerations for next year for actually funding that project with county dollars. After the funding phase, we'll go into the procurement phase. That'll be another RFP, this time for the actual implementation of that design and engineering plan, the project itself, going out there, building the infrastructure that we're going to be looking for. And then the final is the construction phase, which is the actual on the ground work to complete the project. So as I stated earlier, we are still very early on in the planning and data collection phase. As you're all aware, we had a survey that was released about 6 weeks ago, just asking residents to provide us with some basic data of their internet connection speeds. The plan is when we finish that survey, which actually is tomorrow is the last day, we will go ahead and geolocate those results, cross-reference them with various maps that have been provided by ISPs and United Power. To get a very good idea of what areas are underserved and what areas will benefit the most from a project like this. In addition to that, I've been meeting with various ISPs, discussing what they serve in the area right now, letting them know about our efforts, encouraging them to keep an eye out for the RFPs that we'll be releasing over the next year or so. I've also been meeting with various stakeholders in the region and the state. We met with Dr. Cog 2 weeks ago to discuss our plans. They're actually working on setting up a joint meeting with a number of regional stakeholders, so I'll be attending that as well. We've also met with Nate Wallowitz, of the Northwest Council of Governments, discussing their Project Thor, which is a regional collaboration with a number of different counties and jurisdictions, ISPs and such. We are looking at maybe to see if we can get involved in that in some way. Those talks are ongoing. We do have a meeting set up about a month from now to discuss that further. I also met with Chris LeMay, our DOLA representative, to discuss our project and some of the funding opportunities available from them and how those may be able to assist us. Met with Mountain Broadband, which is an ISP that operates pretty extensively within the county and is actively expanding their operations. They've proven to be, even in just a very short amount of time, a great resource. So I hope to be working closely with them moving forward. In addition, we also met with Clear Creek Broadband a number of months ago. They were also a great resource, providing a little bit of a roadmap for the county as we move through this process. And then finally, Netherlands, working very closely with the town of Netherlands on this project. We hope to apply with them in conjunction for various grants and to bring them very closely into the project. They are also running their own data collection phase within Netherlands, looking at the same things that we are. And we hope to integrate those data sets together again and geolocate them. We have a meeting later this week with Miranda Fisher, the town administrator of Netherlands, to discuss the data collection phase and next steps.
Will they be doing their own geolocating?
I hope to have everything integrated in one data set. Since the project will be crossing jurisdictions, the hope is that all of that can be integrated into one map.
But they did collect their own data, so that their own set and our set, and we'll just, when we end up applying, we'll be referencing both data sets.
So that's going to be integrated into our system.
And into the overall application ultimately, yeah, and the material that we share as to the demonstrated needs, and some of the upload and download speeds are really quite low. Scary.
Yes, it's been very eye-opening to see the results. And once that ends tomorrow, I'll be drafting a report and providing that to the board as well, so we can have an idea of what we're looking at.
I have a question on Great Plains Communications.
Mhm.
Have you been communicating with them?
I haven't yet. They are on my list of ISPs to get in touch with.
When you do speak to them, maybe you can get with the school board. They are still planning on putting in their, updating their sewage system and tying it into Blackhawk. So I don't know when that's going to be, but they'll be digging up from the school to Blackhawk and just make sure that they're aware that maybe can install some fiber optics or something at that same time.
And in that same line, I'm not sure everyone's heard this, but it's good to say this out loud, that United Power is looking at trenching their power lines as well. And so it's a great opportunity for co-locate for broadband lines if we can time it right. So it sounds like a good opportunity.
So if Sam's aware of those locations and time, that's something you can discuss with the broadband companies.
Absolutely. With my discussions, I'm not sure where the trenching project for United Power is and when we can expect that to commence.
That's something maybe they has. Do you have any information?
I have no information other than I heard, but we can get in contact with someone. I don't have a direct conduit to anyone.
Holly's kind of our main.
Is she the primary one? I thought she was just more. Okay.
She's helpful anyway. She'll be the right person.
I'm not sure if I have a contact, so if you could share the contact, you can reach out.
And Sam, are you in touch with CenturyLink? I mean, a lot of the North County system as a provider.
Right.
For better or for worse.
Right. No, I've not had much luck finding contact with CenturyLink, as you can imagine, I'm sure. But
yeah, I know we tried working with CenturyLink for Central City and they really had no interest.
I'm just mentioning,
They're very
a lot of us in the north part of the county use them.
Right.
Because they're pretty reliable, but when they go down, they're down.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure once we start putting dollar numbers behind some of these projects, that we might get some more interest from some of the larger ISPs, but for now, it hasn't been fruitful.
One thing to keep in mind as well, with discussions of these trenching projects, one of the strategies that we're potentially looking at employing is running fiber lines along the power lines, which reduces the cost quite immensely compared to trenching, especially in a rocky and mountainous area such as Gilpin. So just something to keep in mind. For the most part, that is what I have to present as far as a status update. If you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Well, I guess if you have contact Dr. McKenzie, the school superintendent, I think you're working to contact them.
And I can get you in contact with that. But if you could provide something in writing to the board, kind of the phases, I think that would be helpful for the board and where we are. And I think that would be helpful. I think there's something similar reference in the plan in broadband study in 2017, but it'd be good that you could share kind of where we are and why for the board. Very, simply. I think that'd be helpful.
And I just have, how's the participation been for getting the upload and download speeds?
So it's not as many as we'd like. Of course, we'd always like more. Right now, we're sitting at a little over 150 last time I checked, which I believe was yesterday. So not terrible. And ultimately, it's going to be more about getting data points in certain neighborhoods than it is necessarily getting an entire neighborhood. So assuming that it has a pretty good distribution, it should be a pretty good data set to work off of. And again, it's not our only source of data. We're also relying on maps that have been graciously provided by the ISPs operating in the area, and then as well as United Power's own maps.
I just want to say thanks for your work, and you've been really doing a lot that I wasn't aware you were doing all of these meetings, so it's great.
It's been a lot of meetings.
And I wanted to circle back. I know when Better City was presenting, there was the question, should they work on it at all? And I'm not feeling like they should spend any energy on it.
No, I think given that the timeframe is short, I think it's better that it's handled by us, but since they've already facilitated meetings and contacts, I think it's time for us to be invited to those so that the handoff can be to county staff at this point. Thank you to them for making those connections and facilitating those conversations so that we can continue to run with it until we're able to find that champion to make it a primary task, because Mr. Bauer's jobs are broad and diverse, and broadband will quickly morph into a full-time position, and so we need to be prepared for that effort.
Right, and I don't know if on there, coordinated any grant leads that James is aware of, because I know she's shaking all the bushes.
None that I am unaware of.
Okay.
I also have a question. You talked about speed. What is the timeframe that you're anticipating for the 5 phases?
It's really going to depend on how quickly the RFP process will go. It's going to be the most lengthy part because it all has to be done in chronological order. So we first need to, and I've talked to Ray about this, I'm not sure exactly where we lie, but I'm looking to do the first 2 RFPs simultaneously. So we'll both be looking for a consultant to provide that engineering plan, as well as hiring that champion to lead our efforts. I expect that will take at least a few months. So we're looking at late summer, maybe before we actually move into the project planning phase, phase 2. And then of course, there isn't any funds budgeted for this year for the project itself. So any sort of shovel in the ground is going to be 2024 at the earliest. I really can't give a strong timeline beyond that, but it's a multi-year effort.
We had just budgeted a small amount, but it was probably more for the research phase.
Yeah, I think it's like 25,000 or 35,000 approximately in that area, but we can confirm there is a small amount. But before we get to that point of releasing our RFPs, we have some critical meetings in the next month. We have a number of partners, Clear Creek County, Dr. Cog, CDOT, the broadband office with the state of Colorado, DOLA, and then we have the Northwest Council of Governments, the Project Thor. And so we're trying to connect dots with all of these, kind of Netherlands, obviously the two cities here in Gilpin as well are aware of it and supportive. So we need to connect the dots and figure out where the appropriate next phase, because I would hate for us to move forward with the champion here in a scenario where someone else is already providing the services. Okay, we'll do it. And it's just seamless. They can just can expand their territory in Gilpin. So that's kind of where we're waiting to see what's the most logical course is. And then I asked Jamie to join as well, because that's kind of a summary, because it always comes up with the grant funding. And Jamie, you can kind of elaborate, but right now, since we don't have a specific project or an effort, we're just kind of in this fact line. We're not able to apply for any grants yet, but you're well aware of the grant opportunities, and there are many out there once we're ready to pull the trigger.
That's true, and that is one thing that we do have prepared in writing so far,
Okay.
is just sort of a spreadsheet summary of what's available and what's coming through up to fall, because it's really as far as we can predict. Even that is kind of like, oh, if Congress wants to approve everything. I guess the point is there are ample opportunities that we can plug ourselves into and be aware of right now, and more are coming down. You know, they filter from federal funding through all these state grant programs, and it takes a while. And I think it's good, because I actually think this funding is going to line up with our timeline. Kind of by the time the federal funding trickles down into those state programs, I think we'll be in the right place.
And every time we have conversations about the grant funding and we share that we're part of this cooperative arrangement with other jurisdictions, they say, oh, well, you're in a great position, because they don't want one jurisdiction to do it. And the fact that we already have this tentative agreement with Netherlands, Central City, Blackhawk, and Gilpin County, where we're all saying, yes, this is important, we have the signed letter, that really puts us out as an outlier that we need to be funded, and we have this local support from the various jurisdictions. So
Did that include Clear Creek at all?
that letter did not at that point, no. Because they have some level of service that we generally don't as you get into rural areas. So they're better off than us, because they were members of Project Thor, and we are not part of Project Thor currently.
The one little advantage of that whole resiliency process, building relationships.
It is.
Yeah. Was that part of a roadmap community project?
Yes.
Resiliency stuff? It was one of the 16 in the state. Okay, that's really good, because we're eligible for like $40,000. They called it Clear Creek, but it was Clear Creek, Gilpin, and then it went to Netherlands, Estes Fort, Grand County, and Allensport. But Grand County had already done a lot in broadband, so they weren't interested in that as a project, but they're available for information. So it was that whole range. Okay, thank you.
So that is the update.
Okay, so we're getting a summary from Sam.
Yeah.
For our records.
He'll provide kind of the phases summary for the board, so you know, kind of the steps.
Well, thank you both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Moving forward.
Yes, slowly but surely.
Okay, next item is we have public press comments. It's time for the final opportunity for public press comments.
Did you want to do?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, do that. So the next item is Board of County Commissioners report and notice of public meetings. And actually, I wanted to do public comment now, instead of having them wait till we go through the executive session and then come back and close them. Okay, so I do want press public comment now. And if we have anyone in the audience that we don't, do we have anyone online who'd like to speak at this time?
Madam Chair, we did have one person raise their hand. Let me ask to unmute. You might need to do something else, Sam. Carolyn Collins Peterson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, commissioners and officials. I have a couple of comments, but I'll just keep it to one and then send you an email about the other one. It has to do with broadband. But on the comments about the mill levy and the Friends of Gilpin County Community Center, I'm the president of the group, and we have been talking with Gabrielle about hosting a series of informational meetings. Not sure when we would do that. I would really need to have your guidance on when we can do that and if we can have any officials speak at that to merely answer questions, because every time we've done this before, a lot of questions come up about the budget that we don't always all feel very good about answering, or we don't have all the information. So I don't know that you need to answer it now, but we are planning to do this, and we would like to, if we have to plan these before the deadline of when you guys put this in front of the voters, then we'd have to do it this summer. If we can have them in the fall for voter information question and answer sessions, that would then involve having some officials there to answer strict questions about the budget that we really aren't qualified to answer. So if you want to comment on that now, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll be emailing you to get some guidance on that. Thank you. Oh, and I forgot to tell you my address. I'm at 1429 Wedgewood. Thank you.
Did you want to clarify that? Reballot, this ballot language, what we can do?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So I think the short answer is, and not to speak for the board, but I'm happy to join any meetings, answer any questions. I'm sure the commissioners will be joining as well, depending on their schedule. But the referring to the ballot would likely happen in August. So at this point, there's just really discussion and direction to staff as to the exact language and the specifics regarding the potential mill levy amount, the purpose of the mill levy, and then the ballot language. So we're still kind of working through the details of that.
Actually, once the ballot language is approved by the board, then we cannot be participating in those meetings as far as advocating or.
After it's approved.
Yes, so we would need to do that before the ballot language is done. Is that accurate, right?
That's accurate. And I would just say, I think what I've seen as successful is really starting the campaign as far as getting information out to voters as soon as possible. We had PowerPoints, we had meetings. And again, I think it's important to come up with good buzz terms. Safety is a good one, and other things. But again, the timeline is pretty clear. We can always do it sooner, but generally we want to get that time in, and we wait until the statutory deadline to then get it approved by you, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners to submit the ballot and submit the ballot language that you approve of. So that's I'll be assisting in that, and I know that Gabriel had some language up there from I think a prior ballot issue, but we'll make sure everything's clean and a good ballot. That's where it starts, and then of course we want to reach out to the public.
So generally, we would be able to participate. We, meaning the board or anyone at the county, could participate kind of prior to August-ish. And then after that, we would not be able to.
Yes, so and nobody in the county for that matter can do that after we submit your resolution. And I think it's really also September, but September. So it's on my calendar, but essentially after you submit the resolution, then in the fall, we don't touch it other than we have to prepare our notice of election, which will include the ballot issue, the information about the table information that's required in the law, and then also Q&A for the public, for and against the public. They can have comments on that. And we solicit those immediately after you submit the resolution. And then we coalesce those for the public and then submit those. And that will be given to voters to consider. So.
Ashley, I didn't catch your last name.
Carolyn.
So she's muted. It's Carolyn Collins.
Carolyn. I didn't catch the first name either.
Carolyn Collins Peterson.
E-N. All E's and the Peterson.
Well, thank you for your comment. I assume that's 3 minutes.
Well, it was actually less than a minute, and then I chimed in.
And then I took up some of that.
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay, seeing no more further public or press comment, I'm going to ask if we can recess this meeting for executive session.
Would you like to do the notice of public?
Oh, yes.
Meetings if that's Commissioner comments?
Sorry about that. We will do the commissioner's report. And Susan, do you want to go first?
Okay, yes, I'll go ahead. That we had the Missouri Creek meeting As Ray had mentioned, and that was regarding stream mitigation in, for the Clear Creek Water Basin. It was very interesting. We had Forest Service there, as well as other groups concerned with fire mitigation, as well as water preservation. We discussed also the county's wildfire prevention plan that we're be moving ahead with our CWPP, as well as chances for cooperation within all of these groups. And then we also had come on that the groups will be planning a lot of public sessions for public education as far as what this stream mitigation means, why it'll be done, and the different ways that it will be funded. And it was also brought up that doing these stream mitigations were very important in terms of helping water quality as far as controlling silt and providing better water quality for our water here, as well as going further downstream. And then we also attended a heritage train ride on the Union Pacific route. It was interesting. We went through the Moffett Tunnel, and at our table, we got to sit with one of the vice presidents of Union Pacific. So we did get to put forward our interest in the cabins, which are owned by Union Pacific, and we kind of triple teamed him in terms of telling him what we wanted, and he was very receptive, and he hadn't really known a lot about it, so we did our best to educate him and let him know the benefits of Gilpin County getting those cabins.
We want to talk about the bus trip too.
Oh, and then, yeah, we also did a lot of field trips this past 2 weeks. We also went down to the Marshall Fire area and met with state and FEMA officials regarding recovery. And it was stressed that we know a lot about response to these kinds of emergencies, but we learned a lot about necessary actions that we'll need to start taking and thinking about recovery from any kind of wildfire or these emergencies. So that was very educational as well.
And yeah, so I'll just add on the Union Pacific, it actually wasn't just a train ride for fun, but it was a town hall. And so we got to talk to Union Pacific officials at all levels. And I know I had conversations about adding a passenger train back in the Wellsville area, and they clarified what that would take. And so we have some more information on that. I talked to them about putting a cistern back, at least in that area. There used to be one that's long flattened. And so they mentioned that they actually have some grants available. So we'll be talking to Jamie about some potential grants. And then besides the work camps, they talked to us about their ridership struggles. The ridership is down, and they wondered if we had any ideas, and so that kind of tied into passenger trains. But then we also got an opportunity to bring up, we went to oil basin trains, and I was glad to hear they said that there's a limit on how many trains could go through the tunnel on any given day. And the number was kind of broad. They said 25 to 35, and they only have 8 or 9 going through at this time. But they also said that when trains are already coming through at a very low level. And so that was new information. So then the conversation kind of led to thinking that when we're advocating and opposing, that maybe we need to emphasize that since it's been incident-free so far, that our real main point is do not increase it if they're already coming through. So that was a little tidbit, but I also found it very interesting town hall. I wanted to mention that we did have a NOCO meeting, and this was the unveiling of the codex mapping. And I mentioned this before, this is between the 5 counties and the 3 federal landowners that are part of NOCO, and we've all been contributing data. So they have many, many layers. This mapping is specifically to help identify conservation areas and recreation management areas and help with planning for the future about where recreation will be best to be and not to be with the eye for conservation for flora and fauna, especially for threatened species. And so they showed how you can go in, and it's actually open to the public. It's codex.org, I think. And you can go in and they have different layers you can sort. So there's information that was provided through past surveys, and clearly Gilpin has less data than some other counties. Clear Creek had even less. And so that's something for us to just think about, is how to increase our data collection, which would probably need funds for those consultants to do that work. But it's really fascinating. I think it'll be a really useful tool. So many people that are in the recreation industry, either private agencies or public, were at that meeting, and they were commenting about how it can be used to help with their planning as well, and just continuing to make stronger partnerships and collaborate. But one thing that did come up in that meeting was that NOCO had done this extensive education campaign as a pilot project this last year, and we have some things on our website, but clearly that information is not getting out to the public, the education part, as well as we had hoped. So we know that we need to get it out to the public. And then listening to Better City today, I thought, oh, maybe the people that are coming and commenting to them would benefit from having this education campaign and the codex mapping to see what's going on. I also had a lengthy meeting with Chief Wonder from Timberland Fire, and the main things that we were talking about were conversations we had started in the past, just to do an update. But they have their 2 new engines. One made it to Gilpin, the other didn't quite make it to Gilpin, so I had to turn around and go get some repairs. Apparently the driver stand on the way up. But they have the 2 new engines, and they have 2 new brush trucks. So their fleet replacement that they've been working on for the last year and a half is really coming to fruition. We talked about mitigation. He has since communicated again with I almost called you Commissioner, Manager Careers, their mitigation plan to use the $100,000 that we've given them. They do have an election coming up, and I did want to highlight that I asked him about the ballots going out, and he said they don't mail them. You have to request one. So if you're in the Tenderloin area and you want to vote for board members, you have to request a ballot or go there physically. And that election's on May 2nd. And then we talked about shipping events and auxiliary. So those are our key things. Of course, all 3 commissioners have been going to numerous CCAT and CCI meetings about legislation. And those will be ending on or by May 8th when the session ends. And let's see, we do have a MOU proposed update for NOCO for the board, so that will be coming to us. And Attorney Bending did review that and send it on. And that the main thing is that it's going to change the fiscal agent for NOCO. So it's been Clear Creek County that's taken on that role, and now the National Forest Foundation is agreeing to be the fiscal agent. So that'll be really good. And then yesterday, County Manager Greers and Community Development Director Gutierrez. And I met with the Jefferson Center for Mental Health regarding some potential partnership regarding workforce housing. They've been doing that in the metro area, and they have reached out to see how they can partner with us. So they were invited to our housing discussion as well. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
upcoming public meetings that could be attended by more than one commissioner and at which public business may be discussed are the following. Upcoming public meetings will include the next work session on April 18th and the next Board of Commissioners meeting on April 25th. And I'm not sure if we have a meeting scheduled for April 19th with the dispatch.
But that wouldn't be on today.
Yeah, that would be just a staff meeting, so that.
Okay, so that has no, so those are the two upcoming meetings. And then, may I have a motion to recess the meeting to go into executive session?
See, I'll move that we adjourn to executive session under CRS 24-6-402 4FL for discussion of a personnel matter and not involving any specific employees who requested discussion of the matter in open session, and for discussion relative to cybersecurity and specialized details or security arrangements or investigations under CRS 24-6-402 4D, including defenses against terrorism, both domestic and foreign, and including where disclosure of the matters discussed might reveal information that could be used for the purpose of committing or avoiding prosecution for a violation of the law.
May I have a second?
Second.
For point of clarification, this is to recess and not to adjourn, since there will be, the board will be coming back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So this
It is now 1:50, 1:52, 1:56 PM, on April 11th, and the Board of County Commissioners is reconvened. At this time, we are going to discuss results of our executive session.
This would be basically regarding manager Rear's contract.
Yeah.
Contract is evaluation. Decision on increased compensation.
Yeah. Regarding managers' evaluation and compensation and our decision as a board. And do I state salary or the increase or?
Sure, absolutely.
We decided to give managers 4% increase to his salary, which would be, at present will be $156,000 per year.
Thank you.
That's all, okay. Like to adjourn?
Well, just if I may,
Yes.
Madam Chair, so we have drafted the addendum to his contract that will memorialize his increased pay. And that's the only change that will be added to his contract and this will be part of his contract. So,
Okay.
and this will need your signature and also Manager Rear's signature as well.
We need a motion and second.
Okay. We have a motion to accept.
Did you want to explain how you came to that? Or no?
I can, if we did had evaluations, managers evaluation, annual evaluation at our last executive session. And we all were given questions to ask of Mr. Rears, and then at the executive meeting, we three commissioners reviewed all the responses and rated Manager Rears' performance in these certain areas, and gave him a rating based on that, as far as his the skill sets that were determined at that time. Also, actually, we Commissioner Berman, myself, didn't do the evaluation. We used the evaluations that were done 6 months ago by employees. So that's how we took that information and then gave our own comments and experiences with Manager Rears since our working with him for a short period of time.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, the one that we just did in January was this annual evaluation, and you did participate in that by giving your comments. Just so, yeah, the other one was a 6-month at his request, which we did in September, concluded in October, but that wasn't an opportunity to give any kind of salary adjustment.
And so since at that time, we did not discuss salary, we just did the evaluation at that previous one. So today's meeting, executive session, we did discuss any changes in the salary and modifications to his contract, slight modifications. So may I have a motion to accept?
I move that we accept the salary change for County Manager Rears
By 4% increase, making it 156,000. No second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed 3-0.
Commissioners.
Okay, and did we decide to adjourn and then go to executive session or just stay?
So we have no further.
We're just
Okay.
ready. We're just ready.
Okay. All right, so this meeting is going to adjourn at 2 o'clock, 2:01. Thank you very much. I think this is what we were looking for. Oh, yeah, we can see.
That's the way I like to roll.
Sandy? Thank you.
Good, how are you?